Hey there. Tonight, we're going to ease into a day in the life of an Egyptian tomb builder. So dim the lights, pull up a warm blanket, maybe put a fan on for that soft background hum, and let's drift into tonight's story together. Take a slow breath, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's begin. You're standing outside your family's modest home, a small mud brick dwelling with a thatched roof, and a wooden door adorned with intricate carvings of Anubis and other gods. The sun has barely risen over the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the streets of ancient Thebes. You stretch your arms and take a deep breath, feeling the cool morning air fill your lungs as you step out into the bustling city. As you make your way through the narrow alleys, the sounds of daily life assail your ears. Vendors calling out their wares, donkeys braying in the distance, the clang of hammers on stone from the nearby quarry. You pass by a group of children playing with a ball made of papyrus and string, laughing as they chase each other through the crowded streets. You're early for breakfast, but your stomach is growling, so you stop at a small food stall to grab some flatbread and olives. The vendor, a gruff but kind-eyed old man named Amenhotep, greets you with a nod and hands over a warm loaf wrapped in linen. You take a bite as you continue on your way, savoring the slightly bitter taste of the bread and the tangy zip of the olives. As you walk, you notice that people are starting to emerge from their homes, stirring the coals for breakfast fires and calling out greetings to one another. The air is filled with the scent of cooking oil, baking bread, and the acrid tang of incense wafting from the nearby temple. You catch a whiff of something pungent, probably last night's fish dinner lingering on someone's sandals. You arrive at your family's home just as your father is finishing up his own breakfast. He hands you a small clay jug filled with beer, saying, "Ah, good morning, son. Drink this and let the gods give you strength for the day ahead." You take a sip of the cool, slightly bitter liquid, feeling it slide down your throat as you join him on the stoop. Your mother is already out in the courtyard, tending to their small vegetable garden. She's a petite woman with a kind face and a way of moving that suggests she's been up since before dawn, even though the sun has only just risen. You watch for a moment as she expertly prunes a row of fresh mint plants, her hands moving deftly through the crowded soil. As you sit there sipping your beer, you take in the sights and sounds around you. The creaking wooden doorframe, the way the light catches the dust motes dancing in the air, the soft cooing of a pigeon perched on the windowsill. It's moments like these that remind you to slow down, breathe deeply, and appreciate the simple pleasures in life. Eventually, your father stands up, brushing off his kilt and nodding at you to follow him. "Today we have work on the new tomb," he says matter-of-factly, as if it were just another ordinary day. You nod, shouldering your own tool belt, a sturdy leather satchel filled with chisels, mallets, and other essentials for carving stone. As you walk through the streets, you notice that people are beginning to clear out of their way, making room for the procession of workers heading towards the construction site. Your father leads the pack, striding confidently through the crowds as he's known by many of the vendors and locals. You fall in behind him, nodding at familiar faces as you pass. The quarry looms ahead, its massive stone walls a testament to the labor that goes into building these grand tombs for the pharaohs. Your father leads you towards one of the smaller buildings, probably an office or storage facility, given the way it's surrounded by crates and half-finished projects. You join him in front of the entrance, where your team is already gathered. The foreman, a gruff but skilled man named Kem, greets your father with a nod before turning to you. "Ah, son, good morning. I see we have another day's work ahead of us." He hands over a rough sketch on papyrus detailing the layout and stonework for today's session. Your father nods as he examines it, making a few notes in the margin. The sun beats down on you now, its rays glinting off the stone walls as you take up your position among the other workers. You glance around at the familiar faces, some of whom are friends from childhood, while others are older men who have been working here for years. There's Amosis, a master stonemason with hands like claws and eyes that seem to see right through stone. Ani, a young apprentice who's still learning the intricacies of hieroglyphic inscriptions. As you begin work on your assigned section, probably some intricate carvings or decorative details for one of the tomb's chambers, you feel the familiar rhythm of the day settling in. The air is filled with the sound of chisels striking stone, hammers ringing out against anvil steel, and the low murmur of conversation as workers exchange stories and gossip. Kem moves around the perimeter, inspecting each section to make sure everything's progressing according to plan. He stops by your station for a moment, eyeing the progress before offering some words of encouragement. "Good work today, young one." "Keep it up," your father nods from across the way, his own hands moving deftly as he works on the intricate stone carvings. The morning wears on, with sweat dripping down your face and the smell of dust and stone hanging heavy in the air. You take a break to grab some water, probably just stale tap water, but it's refreshing nonetheless, before resuming work for another few hours. Eventually, Kem calls out that lunchtime is near, so you pack up your tools and join your colleagues at one side of the construction site. Someone has brought enough flatbread and olives for everyone to share, as well as a few leftover vegetables from last night's dinner. You spend the next hour eating in companionable silence, broken only by an occasional murmur or nod of appreciation. After lunch, you're back at work once more, this time tackling some finer details on one of the chamber walls. Your hands move deftly over the stone surface as you work to carve out a delicate inscription, probably something from the Book of the Dead, judging by its intricate hieroglyphs. As the day wears on, Kem moves around again, inspecting each section and offering words of encouragement or advice where necessary. He stops by your station once more towards the end of the afternoon, nodding in approval as he examines your handiwork. "It's good work," he says quietly, probably meaning it'll meet expectations, but not necessarily exceeding them. Your father nods from across the way, his own hand still moving over the stone surface with a quiet focus that belies the long hours ahead of you both. Eventually, Kem calls out again to wrap up for the day. "All right, everyone. Time's running short and we've got enough done." You pack up your tools one last time as the other workers begin packing away their own gear. Your father leads the way back through the streets, nodding at familiar faces as you make your way home. The sun is beginning to set now, casting long shadows across the city's buildings and sending people scurrying for shade. You're tired but content after a day's work on one of these grand tombs, knowing that every chip and scrape will eventually contribute to something truly magnificent. Your family welcomes you back with open arms as you step into your home, still warm from last night's fire, the aroma of dinner cooking in the courtyard mingling with the scent of incense wafting through the air. Your mother greets you warmly before nodding at the evening meal being prepared by one of the household servants. As you sit down to eat alongside them, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of home life, it strikes you that there's something comforting about these daily routines, even if they are far from glamorous or exciting. You take a bite of your dinner, probably some roasted fish with onions and herbs, feeling grateful for this simple but satisfying existence amidst the grandeur of ancient Thebes. Time slips away slowly as you eat, enjoying each other's company in companionable silence, punctuated only by an occasional comment about the day's events or a shared story from earlier. Eventually, your father leans back against his chair, smiling at some private thought before pushing himself up once more to clear away the remnants of dinner. "It was a good day," he says quietly, no grand pronouncements, just a simple observation acknowledging that sometimes things go right and other times they don't. You nod in agreement as you begin helping with the cleanup. Tomorrow will bring its own set of challenges and triumphs. For now, though, it's enough to rest weary hands, enjoy each other's company, and know tomorrow brings another chance to shape this grand tomb into something truly remarkable. As you lay on your reed mat, feeling the gentle give of its woven fibers beneath you, the soft glow of the setting sun seeps through the lattice windows of your dwelling, casting intricate patterns across the stone floor. The air is thick with the scent of cooking fat and baking bread wafting from the nearby kitchen, mingling with the pungent aroma of fresh linens drying in the courtyard. The sound of chiseling on limestone echoes through the city, a steady heartbeat that seems to pulse with the very lifeblood of this ancient metropolis. Your stomach growls softly as you realize it's been hours since your last meal, and now is a good time for breakfast. You swing your legs over the side of the mat, feeling the cool air caress your skin as you stand up. Your fellow worker, Amos, greets you with a nod as he passes by, his hair tied back in a neat queue, revealing a smudge of dust on his forehead from last night's work. He carries a small wooden tray bearing steaming cups of tea and a few flatbreads wrapped in cloth. "Good morrow," he says, offering one of the cups to you. You take it gratefully, inhaling the fragrance of the green tea as you wrap your hands around the warm ceramic. The liquid is still too hot for immediate sipping, so you set the cup down and help yourself to a flatbread instead, tearing into its soft interior with relish. The bread is slightly stale, but that's beside the point. It's fresh enough for now. As you eat, your mind begins to wander back to the tasks at hand. Today promises to be a busy day on the construction site of Pharaoh Khafre's new temple complex, or so Amos whispers over his cup as he heads out into the brightening morning light. You've heard rumors that a shipment of precious granite blocks has arrived from Aswan, and you can hardly wait to see them in place. With your hunger temporarily sated, you set off towards the site, taking care not to trip on the uneven stones or get entangled in the laundry drying lines that crisscross the narrow alleys. The morning air is crisp, carrying whispers of distant chanting from the nearby temple's priests as they perform their daily rituals. Upon arriving at the construction site, you're greeted by a sea of activity, hammers ringing out against stone, the creaking and groaning of wooden pulleys as workers labor to move massive blocks into place. The sun beats down relentlessly now, its rays casting long shadows across the dusty terrain like skeletal fingers reaching up from beneath. You make your way through the throng of workers towards your assigned area, a section dedicated to carving intricate hieroglyphs onto the temple's inner walls. Your fellow worker, K.H. Numhodop, is already there, his chisel poised above a freshly exposed surface of limestone as he prepares for the day's work. As you settle in beside him, Amos reappears with another tray, this one bearing an assortment of fresh fruit. Dates, figs, and some exotic-looking bunches that look almost like miniature palm trees. You pop a few grapes into your mouth, savoring their tart sweetness as the morning wears on. In the midst of all this activity, you can't help but notice how your own role fits, or doesn't fit within the grand scheme of things. Your days blend together in a haze of sweat and dust, with nary a moment to pause and ponder the bigger picture. But when Amos sidles up beside you during a brief lull, his voice takes on a conspiratorial tone as he says, "You know, I heard rumors that our pharaoh plans to construct an even greater temple, one to rival those of old deep within the desert itself." Your eyes flick towards K.H. Numhodop, who's oblivious to this whispered aside. You wonder how much credence you should lend such a notion. After all, isn't it just gossip? Yet something about Amos's words resonates with your own sense of purpose here on this vast building site. As the sun reaches its peak in the sky, casting an unforgiving glare across the exposed stone surfaces, the air grows thick and heavy. Sweat begins to trickle down your temples, mingling with the dust that clings stubbornly to every surface. Your thoughts grow a bit muddled as you continue working through the heat of the day. You pause for a moment to adjust your leather apron, now stained with streaks of limestone powder. The worn straps dig into your shoulders, and you think back to when this very same cloth might have been new, its fabric crisp against skin, free from all these ingrained imperfections. Now it's as comfortable as an old friend. Work continues unabated until midday, at which point the overseer calls a brief halt in proceedings. The workers gather around large clay vessels containing some sort of murky liquid that you're told is wine diluted with water, essentially, a weak drink designed to quench thirst without inducing intoxication. You accept a small jug and take a swig, feeling its coolness spread through your parched throat. In this brief interlude from labor, conversations turn to more mundane topics: whose family member's sheep has the best milk, whose brother's latest harvest was most bountiful, or which of last night's vendors sold the tastiest falafel. Such small pleasures offer fleeting escapes into a world beyond the confines of your daily routine. Once refreshed and revitalized, you return to the task at hand, this time with renewed energy and attention to detail as you strive to add yet another set piece to Pharaoh Khafre's monumental temple complex. As afternoon wears on, your muscles begin to ache in places that had almost forgotten their existence. You rub a tender spot above one knee, remembering how yesterday you mentioned something about needing more support for the stone quarry carts. Those would be nice improvements right now. But such small complaints seem trivial compared to the sheer scale and ambition of this ongoing project. Now, as shadows stretch out across the construction site in rhythmic sync with your own weariness, the thought occurs: how does one prioritize these tiny irritations when there's still so much work ahead? As you stand amidst the dusty chaos of the construction site, the weariness that's been building within you begins to seep into your bones like sand trickling through an hourglass. Your eyes scan the horizon, and for a moment you forget about the tiny irritations plaguing you: the worn sandals, the ache in your lower back from days of hauling massive stone blocks, the persistent itch on the inside of your elbow that just won't quit. You let out a deep breath, feeling the cool morning air fill your lungs as the sun rises higher over the desert sands. The first wisps of mist begin to lift off the Nile, like ethereal brushstrokes painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. You watch as the light creeps across the site, illuminating the intricate carvings on the limestone pillars, casting long shadows that stretch out before you. As you take a sip from your water skin, the cool liquid soothes your parched throat, momentarily distracting you from the nagging doubts that have been brewing. Your mind begins to wander back to those tiny irritations, like the sandal strap that keeps coming undone at inopportune moments, or the way the sun beats down relentlessly on an uncovered neck. You recall the countless hours spent arguing with your fellow workers about whose turn it was to fetch water from the nearby spring, only for the debate to be interrupted by a particularly rambunctious camel who refused to budge until fed. You chuckle quietly at the memory of Kemet's disgruntled expression as he tried to reason with the obstinate beast. Your gaze drifts back to the half-built temple before you, an edifice born from your sweat, blood, and tears. The intricate reliefs depicting sacred stories will soon be adorned with vibrant colors. Hieroglyphics that speak of gods and pharaohs, creation myths, and cosmic battles will bring life to these cold, gray stones. For now, though, it's the dust that reigns supreme, swirling in maddening eddies around your feet as you work. Your worn loincloth clings damply to your back from yesterday's exertions. Today promises more of the same with its blistering heat and endless manual labor. You recall a conversation over breakfast earlier this morning, between Kemet and his brother Amos about their father's stories of old Egypt, tales that spoke of pharaohs who walked among mortals as equals. The brothers laughed good-naturedly at the notion, dismissing such fantastical claims with a smirk or two. As you work, the soundscape around you shifts ever so slightly, sandaled feet scuffling against stone, a flock of starlings rising into the sky in a raucous commotion, and then almost forgotten amidst the cacophony, the sweet yet pungent aroma wafting from Amos's breakfast, boiled onions and bread served with an assortment of pickled vegetables. You breathe deeply, trying to recapture some semblance of calm within yourself. It is easy, however, for thoughts like these, the trivialities that pepper your day as much as the sand itself, to grow into something far more troublesome if allowed free rein in your mind. The physicality of the task at hand serves as a stark reminder. Each stone block must be precisely placed, every line on those intricate carvings meticulously rendered. Time and time again, you've been told that precision is beauty by the overseer, one who seems to live solely for perpetuating this grand structure's perfection. Your gaze shifts back toward the construction site, and your thoughts settle upon an unspoken part of this life as a tomb builder, the intersection of craftsmanship with reverence. In these hours spent shaping stone into something transcendent, you become acutely aware that there is more to existence than mere drudgery, even when it feels overwhelming. It's during times like these, lost in dusty haze and forgotten irritation, that your mind drifts toward a broader understanding, the connection shared by all who contribute to this grand endeavor. In these fragmented moments of quiet reflection amidst chaos, you see more clearly that your work is intertwined with that of others, even those far removed from the construction site itself. And yet for now, in the midst of rising heat and dust swirling like a stormy vortex around each figure at work, your own existence remains bound up within this seemingly endless toil. You stand still for a moment, surveying the chaotic landscape before you. The sun beats down relentlessly, its rays casting long shadows across the dusty expanse of the construction site. Sweat drips from your brow like tiny rivulets, each one tracing an invisible path through the dust that clings to every inch of exposed skin. You reach up with a soiled hand to wipe the sweat away, leaving behind a faint streak on your forehead. Your gaze drifts toward the pharaoh's tomb in the distance, or rather, what will eventually become it. The massive stone walls are still just a series of rough-hewn blocks stacked haphazardly upon one another, but already they seem to loom over you like sentinels guarding some ancient secret. You feel a twinge of pride knowing that your own hands helped shape this monumental structure from the earth itself. But for now, it's not about grandeur or majesty, it's just about survival. Your stomach growls loudly in protest at yet another day without a substantial meal to speak of. The meager offerings provided by the pharaoh's kitchens barely suffice to keep hunger pangs at bay, let alone sustain you through the long hours ahead. You glance down at your own feet, scuffed and dusty from countless days on the site. A tattered strip of worn leather protects them from the rough stones beneath your soles, a small comfort in an otherwise unforgiving environment. Your calloused hands flex as you shift weight onto one foot while stretching to massage life back into cramped muscles. The air is heavy with dust and the acrid tang of fresh-cut stone, carried on the breeze like a harbinger of chaos. Other workers begin to stir around you, each face creased by the relentless sun and endless labor. You recognize some from your own neighborhood in Memphis. Ani Kemet's cousin, Nebet, the widow who keeps her late husband's memory alive with every new step toward this monumental task. The distant rumble of drums marks the start of another day on site, or what passes for morning in this desert climate. With a resigned sigh, you join your fellow workers, moving slowly toward the central gathering point to receive instructions from our overseer K.H. Numhotep. He's an old friend, one who always keeps his wits about him even when chaos erupts around us. As you trudge through the dusty expanse, memories of previous battles begin to resurface, campaigns won and lost under Pharaoh Amos, skirmishes with rival kingdoms in Nubia that left scars on both sides. Yet for now, it's not about war or politics, but merely getting from one day's end to the next. A faint scent wafts through the dusty haze, fresh bread baking somewhere nearby. Your stomach growls louder at this cruel reminder of what might be, had you access to more than stale flatbread and lukewarm beer most days. You reach your designated station near the east wall, where a small team is laboring under K.H. Numhotep's watchful eye. A quick nod from him signals that it's time for inspection. Each worker must show their section of work in progress, an endless series of stone blocks waiting to be positioned into place according to some mysterious blueprints held sacred by the pharaoh and his architects. Your gaze drops to your own task at hand, where three unfinished stones stand awkwardly, awaiting final placement. Sandaled feet crunch against rock fragments as you make a mental note of what remains to be done. Fitting these massive slabs into place requires nothing short of finesse and endless patience. Sweat drips from the brow like before, but now there's an added layer, perhaps just a thin one, yet unmistakable nonetheless. You lose yourself for a moment within your task as time dissolves in the sweltering heat. Fingers numb with concentration hold onto rough stone edges, while eyes squint toward the spot where next block needs to fit snugly into place. Only to be interrupted by K.H. Numhotep's firm voice ringing out across the site, reminding everyone of the looming deadline for this massive undertaking. Time is short indeed, but still we're far from completing our lifeblood project. This isn't merely about constructing a tomb. Every stone laid here holds meaning that transcends mortal lifetimes, ensuring an afterlife worthy even of the gods' scrutiny. You glance down at your hands once more and notice how tiny cracks have formed on some fingers due to dry skin caused by prolonged exposure to elements. Yet it's these very same callous digits which hold sway over this labyrinthine construction. Weariness etched across each face doesn't go unnoticed, though still we move forward like unwavering automata bound by duty and Pharaoh's word. A series of dusty footsteps interrupts your thoughts as Nebet approaches with an awkward smile, sidestepping through the cluster of laborers gathered around K.H. Numhotep. Your eyes flicker toward her handbag slung over one shoulder. It holds what little food has been saved from last night, perhaps stale dates and a few scraps salvaged from previous meals. Your stomach growls louder now as Nebet pulls out some leftover flatbread, dividing the paltry offering between you both in a gesture born of camaraderie rather than shared wealth. The dry taste lingers momentarily on your tongue. Afterwards, there's nothing left to chew but memories and dust, until tomorrow when more will be needed. Conversation becomes hushed as K.H. Numhotep announces another break is due, signaling an opportunity for rest amidst the endless labor ahead. You nod toward Nebet in gratitude before taking a hesitant bite of stale bread, its taste reminding you that at least some connection remains intact with fellow workers enduring hardships alongside yourself, beneath relentless Egyptian sun. Now your back leans against rough stone blocks, each one slowly yielding under pressure from countless hours on the site. Your gaze wanders toward other sections being worked upon simultaneously, walls taking shape as towering monoliths, elaborate frescoes about to be painted into existence across interior surfaces, and within a nearby section where skilled masons work tirelessly beneath K.H. Numhotep's watchful eye, their hammers pounding rhythmic cadence out of raw stone. Each sound blends with the next until it becomes an indistinguishable medley, a mixture reminiscent of chaos rather than harmony. The air now thickens further as afternoon heat reaches its zenith. Shadows grow shorter while dust particles dance within its confines like living entities trying to escape relentless pressure from above and below, ever searching for temporary reprieve in this seemingly endless landscape. As you settle back into labor after the brief respite, your thoughts meander toward more recent conflicts that continue casting long shadows across Egypt's borders. Pharaoh Ahmose still fighting skirmishes with neighboring kingdoms, while also expanding his dominion through strategic alliances forged along trade routes stretching from Nubia to Mesopotamia. A small shiver runs down the length of your spine as you ponder what it might be like had battles won by Egyptian pharaohs not left such a lasting mark upon this land's psyche, though memories and echoes thereof also bring forth questions about how things could have unfolded differently if only some ancient decisions weren't made under duress or blind ambition. Shadows dance across exposed skin as sun reaches its peak, but your eyes grow tired from relentless gaze toward the construction site where walls rise higher with each passing moment, reminding you that even at rest there remains little room for reflection amidst unending labor. As you settle into your worn wooden stool, the warmth of the morning sun seeps into your bones, easing the stiffness from yesterday's labor. The air is alive with the sweet scent of fresh bread wafting from the nearby bakery, mingling with the acrid smell of freshly cut stone and the earthy aroma of the Nile River's waters. Your stomach growls in anticipation as you watch the baker expertly shape loaves into perfect ovals. The sounds of the city begin to stir, the clanging of pots, the bleating of goats, and the murmur of vendors calling out their daily wares. You take a deep breath, feeling the cool morning air fill your lungs as you survey the bustling streets. The sun beats down upon your shoulders, its rays glinting off the polished stone facades of the great temples. Your thoughts wander to the day's tasks ahead, the never-ending cycle of construction and renovation that has consumed your life for what feels like an eternity. Walls rise higher with each passing moment, but at this pace, it'll take years to complete the grand project before you. Years and yet, progress is slow. The baker hands you a warm loaf, its crust glistening with dew-kissed moisture. You break off a piece, savoring the soft interior as the aroma of fresh bread envelops your senses. The taste transports you back to childhood memories of morning breakfasts spent in the family's courtyard, simple yet satisfying meals that filled bellies and nourished souls. You take another bite, feeling the rough texture of the crust beneath your teeth as the flavors dance on your tongue. For a fleeting moment, worries about the construction site fade away. All that matters is this simple pleasure, the taste of bread fresh from the oven. The sizzle of the nearby blacksmith's hammer striking hot metal echoes through the air, punctuating the tranquility. Your reverie is interrupted by the sound of sandals scraping against stone as your fellow workers begin to arrive at the construction site. Some rub sleep from their eyes while others stretch their arms overhead, yawns escaping like escaped spirits into the morning air. The sun beats down upon them, relentless in its intensity, a reminder that even on days off, there's no respite from the demands of labor. As you join your colleagues at the site, the air thickens with the smell of sweat and dust rising from the parched earth beneath their feet. Sandals scrape against rough stone as they make their way to the day's tasks, hauling heavy loads of limestone, mixing mortar for the wall's foundation, or perhaps chiseling intricate hieroglyphs into granite. You glance up at the sun, now a burning ember in the sky, and note that today is your assigned task, quarrying stone from nearby outcroppings. The work will be grueling, extracting massive blocks of limestone, requires both brute strength and precision to avoid damaging the precious material. The group leader, an elderly man named Kem, hands you a wooden stave for your morning's labor. He looks at you with knowing eyes, as if aware that even in stillness, the mind wanders back to endless cycles of toil and exertion. His voice is low and gravelly from years spent shouting orders on construction sites. Today we quarry limestone blocks for the new temple wall. Be mindful of the stone's texture. It must be strong enough to bear the weight of our master's statue. You nod, accepting the stave as a symbol of your role in this grand endeavor. As you make your way toward the outcroppings with your fellow workers, the sun beats down upon your shoulders like an unrelenting hammer, its rays relentless in their intensity. The quarry is located near the city's outskirts, amidst a cluster of jagged stone formations that jut from the earth like giant fangs. You breathe in deeply as you approach the site, feeling the dust-laden air fill your lungs. The ground beneath your feet crunches with small stones and scattered pebbles, remnants of previous excavations. Your stave scrapes against a nearby boulder as you take note of the work ahead. Each block must be extracted without damage to minimize waste and reduce labor hours spent on tedious repairs. Sweat begins to trickle down your neck, mingling with dust from the quarry's surface as you survey the site. Kem approaches, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveys the outcroppings. Remember, he says, the limestone blocks must be perfect, smooth, and unblemished. Our master demands nothing less. His eyes narrow slightly, and for a moment it seems as though you're transported to the great temple itself, where high-ranking officials oversee construction with eagle-like precision. With these words of caution echoing through your mind, you join your fellow workers in preparing for the day's labor, hauling ropes, wedges, and levers into place. Sweat drips down your face as you begin the process, carefully chiseling away at a stubborn boulder to release its hold on a massive block of limestone. Hours pass like grains of sand slipping through an hourglass. Each moment spent extracting stone feels like eternity. Your back protests with small complaints, creaking joints and strained muscles that cry out for respite from the constant exertion. Yet you press onward, driven by the promise of completion and the need to satisfy your master's demands. The quarry floor becomes a sea of dust and debris, remnants of previous excavations mingling with fresh sweat. Your hands ache as levers scrape against stone, while your eyes squint beneath the blazing sun beating down on your face. Kem supervises from above, his voice bellowing orders across the site as workers labor in unison. You pause to catch your breath, a fleeting moment of stillness amidst endless motion. The sounds around you recede into the background. Vendors hawking their wares in nearby markets, children playing in shaded courtyards, and the distant clanging of hammer on anvil from a far-off forge. You close your eyes for a heartbeat's duration, feeling dust particles settle upon your eyelashes as sweat trickles down your face. Opening your eyes to resume work, you notice that Kem has handed over to another group leader, Ani, who watches with critical gaze as workers expertly lift massive blocks into position on wooden sleds. This task requires precision and teamwork. A misstep or carelessness could lead to costly delays or even damage the delicate limestone. The morning wears on, each passing moment like an incrementing grain of sand slipping through the hourglass, until you finally pause at mid-morning for your daily ration of bread and water. Your stomach growls in response as you sit beneath a nearby acacia tree's shade-dappled canopy, taking a refreshing bite from the loaf Kem handed you earlier. With each passing moment, thoughts turn to trade routes and commerce, how goods will be transported along established networks stretching across Egypt, connecting vast cities like Alexandria with remote oases. Merchants peddle their wares at markets where exotic spices mingle with fresh produce. Silks shimmer in sunlight alongside worn leathers bearing the weight of countless caravans. Your thoughts return to your own life, what little time you have left outside the confines of construction sites, and how trade networks might soon bring changes to this small village. Perhaps one day, when completed, these temples will become major hubs for merchants traveling along established routes. Though such considerations seem remote in light of today's tasks, the sun reaches its peak overhead, an unyielding force that governs the rhythms of labor, dictating schedules and pacing progress on construction sites like yours. Shadows dance across exposed skin as you watch it climb higher into a cloudless sky, while eyes grow tired from relentless gaze toward the site where walls rise with each passing moment. A gentle breeze stirs dust particles in the air, carrying whispers from nearby vendors hawking their wares at the market stalls beyond your line of sight. The acacia tree's branches sway softly above you as you sit beneath its shade-dappled canopy, lost within the latticework of daily life where time seems to blur into endless motion. Hours stretch onward like a never-ending ribbon, yet with each step forward, even labor appears almost bearable when surrounded by familiar sights and scents. Sweat soaks through your tunic as you resume work at Kem's urging. The day has no end in sight, but there is time for rest after completion. Or perhaps later that evening. As you settle into your own daily routine, let's revisit our Egyptian tomb builder and see how he navigates the complexities of his life. Not just the grand architecture, but also the intimate relationships that make up a family. It's morning in Thebes, still early enough for the sun to be rising over the city. You are walking through the bustling streets with your own group of laborers, carrying baskets and tools for the day ahead. Ahead of you, on a raised platform outside one of the many temples, stands an elderly woman, likely a priestess or perhaps even a member of the royal family herself. She's speaking in hushed tones to a gathered crowd, her words carried away by the gentle morning breeze. Your group makes its way through the throngs of people, some of whom nod in greeting as you pass. Your workers are an older man and two younger boys, their faces creased with fatigue from years of hard labor beneath your supervision. You've grown accustomed to seeing them rise before dawn, their bodies already stiffened by sleepless nights and long days spent quarrying stone or hauling heavy loads. As you approach the temple, the soundscape shifts. Chanting begins in earnest now, accompanied by the soft clinking of metal vessels, likely sacrificial offerings for the day's rituals. The air is thick with incense and frankincense wafting from nearby braziers, mingling with the smells of roasting bread and fresh vegetables carried on the breeze. Your workers fall into line behind you as you approach your workshop, situated near the temple's southern gate. Inside, a fire crackles in the hearth, tended by an elderly woman named Nebet, who has been working alongside you for years. She nods warmly in recognition as you enter, her eyes squinting from years of exposure to dust and heat. You begin your morning routine, selecting fresh bread and cheese from yesterday's baking batch. Today it's a slightly stale loaf with burnt edges, still edible, but best used as makeshift grout between stone blocks. Water is fetched in clay jugs from the nearby well. You use this opportunity to check on progress made by your apprentices overnight. They'll be finishing up the finer details of that intricate hieroglyphic design for Pharaoh's tomb. One more section to complete before they can call it a day. As morning wears on, Nebet busies herself making tea over an earthenware cauldron, suspended from a wooden tripod near the fire pit. Steam curls upwards into your face as she stirs in coarse ground dates and honey, a gift from the temple for this week's offerings. The mixture has just begun to simmer when you hand her an empty clay vessel. One of your workers, that younger boy, Ani, insists on helping with tea duty today. You notice how gently Nebet shows him how to carefully balance the hot jug as he carries it over to serve. You yourself take a moment to observe his attempt at pouring without spilling. This will be the first time he's tried using an open-mouthed vessel, something your workers have learned from watching the temple priests perform similar rituals. Ani falters once or twice, but manages not to spill more than a few precious drops. The sweet aroma wafts up to greet you as Nebbit gives him gentle words of encouragement. Your mother's recipe won't be wasted, she says with a knowing smile, and Ani beams under her praise. Later that morning, after the workers have eaten their fill with an extra portion set aside for your youngest apprentice, you take some time to speak with Nebbit about the day ahead. You both discuss progress on Pharaoh's tomb, any setbacks or issues to address, upcoming tasks and deadlines, including finishing those intricate stone carvings that will adorn its interior walls. As conversation flows between these familiar faces, familiar enough now to anticipate each other's mannerisms, you find yourself lost in thought for a moment. A faint memory from your childhood surfaces, watching your own mother prepare breakfast by the fire before sending you off to school, a steaming bowl of porridge, fresh bread slathered with honey. The vividness hits you hard enough that it takes a minute to fully come back into focus. Time slips away as you go about your duties. Before long, an hour has passed and lunch is almost ready, prepared by Nebbit herself in the nearby cooking area, away from the workshop where dust can't contaminate food. It's another simple but nourishing meal. Roasted vegetables mixed with beans or lentils over flatbread, perhaps a small portion of preserved meat if available. Now as afternoon sun casts longer shadows across your work site, you take a moment to step back and survey what has been accomplished so far. Progress toward Pharaoh's tomb is steady, though some areas will need extra attention come morning. In the distance, or perhaps in nearby alleys, music begins. Not just chanting or temple hymns, but lively rhythms on instruments like flutes, drums, and lyres. The sounds are carried away by a gentle breeze that brings with it whispers of gossip from neighboring homes. Rumors spread quickly among those living alongside one another. You continue working without much notice, accustomed to these background noises as you focus on your tasks at hand, checking for uneven stone surfaces, measuring carefully so each block fits perfectly into place. In the midst of all this industrious activity, there's little room left in your mind for anything except planning and overseeing, until an unexpected interruption arrives. It's a visit from the high priest himself, or possibly another influential temple official, inspecting progress on Pharaoh's tomb to ensure it meets their standards. You make sure to address any questions or concerns they might have, discussing finer points of architecture, symbolism embedded within specific carvings. As is customary in interactions with those higher up in society, a mix of deference and calculated politeness. The visitor departs after a short while, leaving you feeling more than slightly flustered from the encounter. Your workers are still busy at their assigned tasks but seem to sense your preoccupation. Ani casts an inquiring glance over his shoulder before returning to work without comment, accustomed as he is to seeing you focus on larger picture issues. You take a deep breath and try to shake off lingering unease, reminding yourself that meetings with temple officials often leave one feeling both intimidated yet also relieved upon their departure. Pharaoh's tomb will be finished in due course. It remains only for Nebbit and the others under your guidance to see this monumental project through. Time slips by like sand between fingers as the day wears on, now filled with more of the usual sounds. Masons chipping away at stone, hammers ringing out against metal tools. With Pharaoh's tomb nearing completion, though some sections may take longer than expected, your attention turns toward planning for its eventual opening ceremony, an important event to commemorate not just the pharaoh but also his revered ancestors. As daylight begins to wane and the sun nears its final descent over Thebes, casting a warm orange glow across city streets. As daylight begins to wane and the sun nears its final descent over Thebes, casting a warm orange glow across city streets, you make your way back home from the market, juggling baskets of fresh produce and bread in one hand while adjusting the folds of your linen kilt with the other. Your stomach growls at the scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air, mingling with the heady aroma of incense carried by the wind. Your feet lead you along the narrow streets, navigating between closely packed mud brick homes and stalls selling everything from intricately woven linens to gleaming copperware. The soundscape shifts as night begins to fall, merchants calling out their wares in hushed tones, the clatter of pottery on wooden tables, and the sweet trill of nightingales filling the air. You weave through the crowds with practiced ease, exchanging smiles and greetings with fellow workers who are also heading home. Some nod or offer a gentle touch to your shoulder as you pass by. It's a small gesture, but one that acknowledges our shared struggles in this hot, unforgiving land. Your family awaits you at home, a wife busy preparing dinner over the cooking hearth, while two rambunctious toddlers chase each other around the courtyard. They squeal with delight when they spot you approaching, their tiny hands grasping for your kilt as if trying to climb up onto your shoulders. You gently peel off your sandals and hand them over to one of the older servants, who takes a moment to dust them clean before placing them neatly by the doorpost. The cool interior air envelops you like a gentle hug. It's always a welcome respite from the sweltering streets outside. Your wife greets you with a warm smile as she expertly juggles stirring a bubbling cauldron of stew, while also managing to corral your children into their evening meal preparations. You catch her eye, and for an instant, you both share in the quiet understanding that comes from years spent working side by side. Ah, Imhotep's blessings be upon us, she says softly as she hands you a steaming clay cup filled with fresh water mixed with dates and honey. It seems we've had quite the successful day today. You sip your drink gratefully, feeling its soothing effects on parched lips. Your wife takes the opportunity to steal in some quick words about her day, discussing everything from their children's new vocabulary to a neighbor's gossip about an upcoming festival. As you listen and respond with nods or murmurs of understanding, it occurs to you that life here is not so different from others' daily routines. People struggle, laugh, share stories, they live. Amidst the humdrum tasks and endless cycles of work and rest, a quiet sense of connection prevails. These moments spent around the hearth are where we truly belong. Once dinner has been eaten and the children settled into their evening slumber, you find yourself gravitating toward your wife's side as she begins to clear away the remains. Her hands move deftly, folding cloth napkins with a practiced ease that makes it seem almost unnecessary. You watch for an instant before realizing it's not just efficiency. This is her way of taking control. Mind if I help? You ask softly, your voice barely above a whisper as you gesture toward the pot and spoon still balanced in her hands. Your wife smiles knowingly, transferring one load to you without even breaking stride. In response, she leads you through the series of small chores that make their household run, clearing away remnants, tending the cooking fire until it's reduced to smoldering embers. Your task takes a few moments longer than hers. You must also ensure no lingering sparks threaten the nearby curtains or loose straw. You're about halfway done when your wife calls over from her work by the courtyard entrance. Imhotep, would you rather help with some of that fresh reed I got today? Maybe we can use it for our new roofing patch. Your gaze follows hers toward where she's set down a stack of pliant stalks beside one wall. They look like something left in the shade to dry out, still slightly damp but supple enough to work with. You breathe in, taking note of their earthy scent and mild give under your hands as you pick up two or three for closer inspection. Together, you begin working on repairing that worn-out roofing patch, layering reeds over a mesh screen of interwoven papyrus fibers while carefully arranging them so the new section blends seamlessly with surrounding tiles. The task is straightforward but time-consuming, tedious even. Yet as you work alongside your wife in this manner, something quietly emerges. In these small tasks where no grand gesture or grand design comes into play, there's a hidden satisfaction, almost like listening to an old lute being played by someone who knows each string intimately. Your fingers move over the pliable reeds with practiced ease as you weave, and layer them in a pattern that echoes those seen on temple facades. Your wife pauses occasionally to hand you another section or offer suggestions on angle and shape, both times sharing some insight gained from watching skilled laborers at work within one of Thebes' famed tombs. Those instances leave the task momentarily forgotten as conversations unfold, but when they conclude, your focus returns. Your hands automatically adjust their rhythm according to her gentle guidance. After what feels like an eternity, though you're well aware it's only been a couple of hours, the patch is done, or at least satisfactory enough for now. The sun has dipped below the horizon since you began this task. It will be morning again all too soon, bringing its own set of troubles and triumphs. Your wife smiles over her shoulder as she steps back to examine their handiwork from a different angle. Two uneven strips along one wall, rough patches where wind-driven dust or rainwater seepage will still cause problems but are at least now somewhat mitigated. In these quiet moments, when sweat-dampened hair clings close against skin and smells of earth and reeds linger on clothes, it's easy to lose yourself in the day-to-day routine. Your gaze lingers for a moment longer than necessary as you watch your wife glance toward their sleeping children before returning her attention to you. Her eyes sparkle in such a way that you know right then she feels exactly like you do. This is where we truly belong, here amidst these endless cycles of work and rest. Later on tonight, as the moon rises high enough above Thebes' rooftops to cast silver shadows across courtyard walls, your thoughts might wander back to those Egyptian sages who claimed science held secrets within its ancient texts, not just mystical incantations, but knowledge waiting to be unearthed by curious minds. Some say such men and women walked among us then. They whispered of hidden patterns governing the workings of our world, urging others to seek them out. Your hand reaches up now as you smooth a stray lock from your wife's hair, tucking it behind her ear while letting thoughts drift on. Those sages could be right. Their understanding might seem arcane or irrelevant when faced with life in this unforgiving land, but we've found our own way of navigating its rhythms. You're not sure if tomorrow will bring another chance to work alongside your wife like today. However, for now at least, the present holds comfort. In those quiet moments shared around a hearth, as night wears on and all too quickly gives way to dawn's early light, perhaps even science itself becomes simpler, understanding what exists within reach. The darkness outside deepens further still until Thebes' stars twinkle like tiny lanterns scattered across the sky above, reminding you that there is indeed beauty in this unforgiving world we call home. As you stand outside your small dwelling, gazing out into the velvety blackness of night, the faint scent of frankincense wafts from the nearby temple's evening ritual. The air cools with each passing moment, carrying on its gentle breeze the whispers of the city, a soft susurration that ebbs and flows like the Nile itself, ever present yet easily ignored. You slip back into your modest home, its walls bearing witness to countless days, nights, and seasons past. The interior's warmth envelops you, a comforting contrast to the darkness outside. Flickering torches cast flickers of light across the walls, dancing shadows that seem almost alive as they chase each other around the room. Your daily routine is one of comfort, of familiarity. Tonight, like every night, you'll share dinner with your family and friends who have gathered at your home. The aroma of roasting onions and garlic mingles with the scent of fresh bread wafting from a nearby oven, drawing your stomach into anticipation. You join in the quiet chatter as you take your seat on the low couch, the soft cushions conforming to your body's gentle curves. As dinner is served, conversation flows around you like the evening breeze outside, easy and effortless, touching upon topics both mundane and profound. Your friend Ani shares a tale of his latest foray into quarry work, while another, Kem, discusses the finer points of stone-cutting techniques. The evening air vibrates with their laughter and animated gestures, punctuated by the soft clinking of wine cups against each other as you raise them in toast. But amidst this warmth, your mind begins to wander back to the tasks that await you at dawn's early light, another day in the service of Pharaoh, constructing an eternal resting place for one who will soon take their well-deserved rest. The thought carries with it a mix of excitement and trepidation. What new challenges will this day bring? Will it yield more breakthroughs than setbacks? As dinner concludes and the evening wears on, you find yourself drawn to your corner of the room where books lie scattered across a low table. These are not scrolls filled with grand epics or divine prophecies, but rather volumes containing tales of everyday life, stories about people like yourselves, whose struggles and triumphs offer more wisdom than any scripture. One particular book catches your eye, an anthology of poems by that celebrated scribe Ahmes. His words dance across the page in elegant script, their rhythm echoing the Nile's gentle flow. As you read on, the world outside recedes further into darkness, until all that remains is the soft glow from within, a beacon casting light upon your thoughts and imagination. Hours slip by uncounted as you delve deeper into Ahm's verses, each line weaving its own unique tapestry of meaning and mood. The air around you grows heavier with the scent of smoke from the previous night's cooking, now mingling with the dust kicked up during dinner preparations to create an earthy aroma that reminds you of your place within this vast world. In this quiet reverie, the world outside begins its slow transformation into morning, a transition marked by subtle changes in light and sound. The stars fade as first light creeps over the horizon, painting the sky with hues reminiscent of lotus flowers blooming at dawn's approach. You finally tear yourself away from Ahm's poetry, knowing that soon you'll be called upon to confront the day ahead head-on, a prospect both daunting and exhilarating. Rising from your seat, you stretch out cramped limbs, feeling the familiar ache in your back and shoulders, evidence of another long night spent hunched over drawings or engaged in heated discussions with fellow craftsmen. As morning light pours into your home through the narrow windows, it casts an ethereal glow upon the scattered pages of Am's book. You carefully gather them together, returning the volume to its place on the shelf beside others that have been similarly worn by repeated readings and study. The day ahead beckons, a new chapter in the never-ending story of constructing tombs for those who will soon join their ancestors beyond the desert sands. But first, there's still time for one more fleeting glance at Am's verses before you set out into the brightening light of morning. Your fingers brush against the pages as if to reassure yourself that these stories, though so different from your own struggles and triumphs in this endless cycle of building and resting places, are not far removed after all. With a quiet nod to yourself, you fold back into your daily routine, preparing for another day's labor under Pharaoh's watchful eye. The tasks ahead will undoubtedly be numerous and demanding, but they offer their own form of beauty, one that lies in the interplay between stone, sand, and sky, an intricate dance choreographed by the gods themselves. As you step out into the morning light, the cool breeze carries with it whispers from yesterday's work, murmurs about progress on the tomb's inner chambers, speculation regarding its eventual decorations. The sounds blend seamlessly with the gentle hum of insects awakening in the nearby gardens and the distant call of a falcon riding the rising wind. You join your fellow workers at the construction site, where the day's first light casts long shadows across the limestone blocks, awaiting their turn to become part of this grand monument to eternity. Your team begins its work with practiced ease, the rhythm of hammers striking stone mingling with the soft chanting that seems to emanate from every corner, a gentle accompaniment as you set your hand to the task at hand. The sun climbs higher in the sky, casting an increasingly warm glow overall, illuminating dust motes dancing in air pockets. Sweat begins its slow trickle down foreheads and necks, mingling with the scent of stone and earth that clings so stubbornly to everything about this place. A reminder that even as you strive for perfection in each block's placement, impermanence is always lurking just beyond your reach. Time slips away like grains from an hourglass, lost between moments spent measuring, cutting, or hauling stones into place. Yet with every passing day, something new begins to take shape, a testament to the ingenuity and devotion of those who work here, people not so different from yourselves, striving for their own place in this world's grand tapestry. As morning wears on, your thoughts drift back to Am's poetry and his words about life as a journey through endless deserts. You wonder if he knew that one day you'd be among the many tasked with constructing resting places within those very sands, not just for pharaohs or noble families, but also for ordinary folk like yourselves. The afternoon sun begins its slow descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows across your work site and imbuing everything it touches with a warm, honeyed light. Your labor slows as well, the rhythmic thud of hammers growing less insistent, though never ceasing altogether as you focus on finer details, trimming delicate stone carvings, ensuring that every joint is seamless. In this final hour before sundown, something changes within yourself, a subtle shift in perspective perhaps, or merely a sense of accomplishment after another day's toil. You realize anew the intricate beauty woven into each block and its place within the grand scheme, an eternal monument not just for the deceased, but also for those who built it. The sun dips lower still, casting an apricot glow over all as shadows lengthen and evening light begins to soften everything. The day's work nears completion, Another increment added to this vast pyramid of memories you're constructing together with your fellow workers. As the sky darkens further, a gentle breeze carries on its breath the distant call of nightjars rising into the heavens, their haunting cries intertwining with the murmur of your own footsteps as you pack away tools and make ready for another day, or so it seems. In truth, however, there is no end to this cycle, only an ongoing dance between labor and rest, life and eternity. The stars begin to twinkle in the evening sky like a scattering of lanterns, reminding you that beauty resides even within these unforgiving lands we call home. As you stand amidst the bustling streets of ancient Thebes, the stars begin to twinkle in the evening sky like a scattering of lanterns, reminding you that beauty resides even within these unforgiving lands we call home. You breathe in deeply, and the scent of frankincense wafts up from the nearby temple, mingling with the smell of fresh bread baking on wooden trays carried by vendors making their way through the crowds. You notice a young priestess hurrying past you, her dark hair bound beneath a linen cloth, her eyes cast downward as she hastens to complete some forgotten task. Her sandals make soft, slapping sounds against the pavement as she moves with an air of quiet urgency. The wind whispers secrets in your ear, rustling leaves from nearby palms and causing the strings on nearby lyres to vibrate faintly. As you watch her disappear into the throng, you recall a conversation earlier that day with an old tomb builder named Amos, who regaled you with tales of his youth. He spoke wistfully about the golden age of Pharaoh's past, when great monuments rose from the desert sands and skilled artisans crafted masterpieces for eternity. You feel the weight of history in every stone beneath your feet. As dusk settles over Thebes, torches are lit to cast flickering shadows across buildings. Street vendors begin wrapping up their day's sales, packing away baskets filled with fresh vegetables, olives, and dates. They speak softly among themselves, discussing the fine points of market prices or arguing about which temple offers the most generous offerings for the gods. You notice a group of laborers gathering near the city gate, laughing as they prepare to return home after a long day's work on some distant construction project. Their voices carry on the breeze, stories of mishaps and wry jokes that pass you by without making sense. One of them spots you standing nearby, waves a hand in greeting, but continues talking with an air of practiced nonchalance. You take a seat on a nearby stool, trying to catch your breath as the city's evening rhythm unfolds around you. As the stars grow brighter overhead, so too does the scent of roasting meat carried from street stalls selling grilled antelope and goat. The smells compete for attention with the acrid tang of burning incense wafting from near-adjacent temples. Your thoughts turn to Amos's tales of yesteryear, when pharaohs ruled absolute and great tombs were constructed as testaments to their power. He spoke fondly of a golden age long past, where masons carved intricate hieroglyphics into stone with unparalleled precision and visionaries designed temples that shone like beacons from afar. As you ponder this bygone era, the sounds around you become more muted. Torches flickering in gentle syncopation cast shadows on buildings. Whispers among passersby grow softer still. The city's daily hum has slowed to a lullaby of murmurs and distant clangs. Night is approaching with its attendant peace. You think about walking along the Great Nile, watching boats returning from trade expeditions, carrying exotic goods bound for temples or palace treasuries, silks, spices, rare woods, precious stones. Their stories too were woven into Amos's tales of days gone by, stories of seafarers braving storms and rival ships vying for riches on distant shores. Your attention drifts to the cool breeze that stirs now as night begins its descent over Thebes. Whispers carry across buildings, a ghostly waltz played by unseen strings. Street lamps cast an otherworldly glow on cobblestones. Orange, amber, and crimson hues dance upon stone like fireflies in darkness. And amidst this serenity, you recall the young priestess you saw earlier hurrying to complete some forgotten task, perhaps delivering a sacred offering to one of the many temples dotting Thebes' landscape. Her duty fulfilled for now, she walks on, lost once more within the city's evening throng, her footsteps becoming just another component in the soothing symphony that envelops you. Night air carries whispers of prayers rising from nearby sanctuaries, softly murmured entreaties to gods who watch over mortals with benevolent gaze. The scent of incense still clings heavy on your skin as night deepens and city sounds grow more subdued, their cadence slowing into a gentle lullaby. You continue walking along the quiet streets, noticing how light pours from windows of homes above soft luminescence dancing through shutters like embers glowing in fireplaces. Sounds within reach now, distant lyre playing, soft chanting carried on breeze, muffled laughter and hushed conversations between loved ones sharing secrets by candlelight. As your own footsteps grow quieter, you feel the city lullaby embracing you more closely, every whispered secret shared with an unseen listener, each flickering flame casting a gentle light on stones etched with hieroglyphics of tales yet untold. You are surrounded now by countless lives lived within these ancient walls, histories written in stone and dust, memories etched into the worn hearts of this eternal city. In the stillness that descends like an invisible blanket, you realize how little separates your own presence from those who came before, each carrying their load through Thebes' winding streets, sharing joys and troubles beneath star-filled skies. Time's passage becomes almost imperceptible as night air wraps you in its soothing peace. You pause beside a wall to take one last glance at the city unfolding around you, buildings darkening against stars like sentinels guarding sacred knowledge, people shrouded by shadows of night yet continuing their quiet lives, an eternal dance weaving together all these stories within the golden thread of history. As you stand outside your small clay brick dwelling, gazing up at the starry sky, the night air carries a gentle breeze that stirs the reeds growing along the Nile's banks. The water lapping against the shore creates a soothing melody that ebbs and flows with each passing moment. You breathe in deeply, feeling the coolness of the evening settle into your lungs. The stars begin to twinkle in the evening sky like a scattering of lanterns, reminding you that beauty resides even within these unforgiving lands we call home. Your thoughts meander back to the day's events, replaying them with a sense of detachment as if observing from afar. You recall the early morning hours spent mixing mud and limestone for the latest batch of funerary reliefs. The sun had barely risen when you arrived at the royal tomb site, joining your fellow laborers huddled around the makeshift kiln. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and baking lime, a pungent aroma that clings to everything it touches. You remember the sweat-drenched bandana wrapped around your forehead, its one white fabric now dulled by days of toil. As you mixed the mortar, the dry dust rose into the air like a misty veil, shrouding everything in an impermanent whiteness. The mixture was applied with care, smoothed over the stone surfaces to create intricate hieroglyphics and bas reliefs that would one day tell the story of Pharaoh's life beyond this mortal coil. Your mind drifts back to your own thoughts on immortality. Do you truly believe in an afterlife? You think about the funerary priests who often spoke at length about their role as gatekeepers between worlds, ensuring a smooth transition for those departing and welcoming new souls into existence. As the sun climbed higher, its radiance illuminated the surrounding limestone formations, casting dappled shadows on your coworkers' faces. They chatted quietly among themselves, taking brief breaks to snack on emmer bread or dates from their provisions. You recall sharing a laugh with one of your fellow workers, Amen, who quipped about the peculiar ritualistic dance performed by certain priests during full moon ceremonies. Now, as night begins to settle in, you're back at home, stepping into the relative coolness of your dwelling's interior. The flickering torches casting shadows on the walls create an eerie intimacy with the darkness outside. You pause for a moment, letting the quiet wash over you like a gentle wave. As you make your way toward the cooking area, the scent of roasted fish wafts through the air, mingling with the savory aroma of olives and fresh herbs from last night's dinner. The sound of your wife's voice carries through the small space as she carefully arranges the meal on clay plates, their surface adorned with a simple yet elegant pattern of interlocking lotus flowers. You take a seat beside her, running a hand over the coarse texture of your tunic, feeling its familiar weight and wear. The night wears on, punctuated by the occasional hoot of an owl or distant howl from some unknown creature lurking just beyond the village's boundaries. You listen to these nocturnal sounds with a sense of detachment, aware that they're merely background noise in this vast tapestry we call life. As you break bread and share stories about your day, your thoughts wander back to the tomb site, where tensions are brewing among the workers due to disagreements over payment schedules and working conditions. Some factions have begun to whisper among themselves about a growing distrust toward their overseers, hinting at potential uprisings or sabotage if grievances aren't addressed. You recall overhearing snippets of this murmuring as you worked on your section of the relief carvings, whispers about hidden caches of provisions meant for senior officials, but instead diverted by lower-ranking personnel. The politics and intrigue that permeate even the humblest tasks, like mixing mortar or tending to sacred texts, seem to be an integral part of life here. Your mind meanders further back in time, recalling earlier days when these concerns were fewer and less pressing. Time spent exploring hidden caverns within the nearby limestone outcroppings with childhood friends. You remember laughing as you discovered strange symbols etched into the walls by long-forgotten cultures, echoing whispers of forgotten rituals and lost knowledge. As your wife finishes clearing the table, you notice a faint gleam in her eyes when she mentions an upcoming full moon celebration at the temple complex nearby. Perhaps they'll perform that peculiar dance Amen mentioned earlier. The night wears on as the three of you sit together, hands clasped around mugs containing steaming tea made from locally harvested mint leaves. As conversation ebbs and flows like the Nile itself, your thoughts grow more detached once again. You find yourself pondering life in these small towns along the riverbanks, people toiling away with purpose, but often uncertain about their place within society's grander tapestry. As you sit on a worn stone bench outside your small home, watching the sun's last rays cast long shadows across the dusty streets of Thebes, you can't help but ponder life in these tiny towns along the riverbanks, people toiling away with purpose, but often uncertain about their place within society's grander tapestry. The air is heavy with the scent of baking bread wafting from nearby ovens, mingling with the pungent aroma of fresh fish being prepared for dinner. You take a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the setting sun seep into your bones as you let your gaze wander to the endless stretch of mud brick houses and temples that seem to blend seamlessly into one another. The gentle breeze carries snippets of conversation from nearby homes, a mother's soothing voice reassuring her child about tomorrow's responsibilities, a group of neighbors haggling over prices for their daily bread purchases. The soft clinking of clay pots being stacked in the market stalls creates an almost hypnotic rhythm, as if the very fabric of life is slowly unwinding with each passing moment. You get up from your bench and walk towards the nearby marketplace, where vendors are packing away their wares for the night. Amidst the chaos of closing shop, you manage to snag a few stale bread crusts from one vendor's discarded batch, more out of habit than hunger. As it seems these days everyone is perpetually on edge about food security in this dry and capricious land. As you walk back home, the soft crunch of gravel beneath your sandals provides a soothing accompaniment to your meandering thoughts. Your stomach growls mildly at the prospect of dinner, perhaps some leftover lentil stew from last night's meal. You try not to think too much about it, lest you disturb the tranquility that seems to settle over everything like a gentle mist with each passing hour. Upon arriving home, you notice your apprentice, Kemsit, hunched over in the corner of the courtyard, intent on repairing one of the wooden mallets used for quarrying stone. The soft scratching sound of his chisel against metal serves as an almost soothing counterpoint to the bustling sounds from outside. It's comforting to see him working so diligently amidst all this commotion. As you enter your small home, a faint smell of last night's cooking clings to the air, mingling with the slightly acrid tang of limestone dust carried on the evening breeze. Your wife Nebet greets you from the kitchen area where she is busy rewrapping leftover bread in linen cloth. Her hands move deftly as if choreographed by some hidden rhythm. The dim light within your home seems to soften everything around it. Even the rough-hewn stone walls take on a gentle, soothing quality. Shadows cast by the fading sunlight dance across the room like restless spirits trying to claim their place in this tranquil space. For just a moment, as you settle into your daily routine, all worries and cares seem momentarily forgotten. In another part of town, a group of children are playing in an abandoned courtyard nearby, chasing after the remnants of yesterday's dinner scraps. Their laughter echoes off the walls as they engage in some absurd game involving dodgy stones and flailing arms. Their exuberance is both captivating and melancholic at once. It reminds you that life goes on regardless of one's station or circumstances. As night begins to fall and stars start appearing like scattered diamonds across the sky, you take a moment to step outside into your courtyard. The cool evening air carries an almost imperceptible hint of dampness. Perhaps tonight will bring the promise of gentle rain. Your heart feels an almost primal appreciation for this tiny patch of land where you rest your head each night. Your wife hands you a small clay cup filled with leftover wine from last week's festivities, accompanied by a few scraps of stale bread. The liquid inside is warm and slightly flat, having sat out in the sun too long, but it will do. You take a sip, letting its earthy flavor mingle with the various scents carried on this evening breeze. For just an instant, you forget about all your troubles, concerns over the next stone shipment, debates with officials about payment schedules, or the nagging sense that sometimes work seems more like drudgery than contribution. Tonight's tranquility feels precious, a fragile flower blooming briefly in an otherwise parched landscape of uncertainty. As Nebbit settles beside you, sharing her own small ration of bread and wine, you notice how her eyes seem to soften as the darkness deepens outside. It's almost as if she's letting go of some inner strain. Perhaps tonight will bring respite from all your troubles. Perhaps this moment, like a tiny raindrop on parched earth, is enough. As night claims everything around you and shadows grow longer in the fading light, you become lost in its quietude. For one fleeting instant, worries fade away with each passing breath. As night claims everything around you and shadows grow longer in the fading light, you become lost in its quietude. For one fleeting instant, worries fade away with each passing breath, leaving only the gentle lapping of the Nile against the shore, a soothing melody that ebbs and flows like the river itself. The air is heavy with moisture, filled with the scent of damp earth and the faint tang of papyrus, carried on the whispery breeze that rustles through the reeds. You stand at the edge of the construction site, your feet sinking into the cool silt as you gaze out upon the darkening landscape. The stars are beginning to twinkle like diamonds scattered across the velvet expanse above, and you can feel the weight of time itself bearing down upon you, not just the pressing deadline for completing this tomb, but the accumulated knowledge of centuries past, etched into the very stones that will soon bear your name. The wind carries a hint of something else on its breath. The sweet scent of burning incense wafts from nearby altars where priests are conducting their evening rituals. You can almost hear the soft chanting and the faint ring of tiny bells, as if the very gods themselves were drawing near to bless this labor. But it's just a whisper, a gentle reminder that there is more at play here than mere mortal endeavor. You take a deep breath, feeling the cool night air fill your lungs, and let your gaze wander back to the work site. The moon casts an eerie glow over the piles of limestone and granite, casting long shadows across the sand like skeletal fingers reaching out to snatch you from the present moment. You can see the faint outlines of your fellow workers, their faces shrouded in darkness, their eyes glowing with a mix of fatigue and concentration. As night deepens, the air grows heavier still, as if the very atmosphere itself is trying to match the weight of your weariness. The stars above seem closer now, as if they're leaning down to peer into your soul, searching for some hidden truth that only sleep can reveal. You feel a creeping sense of drowsiness spreading through your limbs. It's not just fatigue, but the cumulative effect of countless nights like this one, spent poring over plans and worrying about deadlines. Your thoughts begin to meander as you stand there, watching the stars above grow brighter, their light bleeding into the darkness. You think back on all the little things that have bothered you today, a misplaced chisel, an awkward conversation with your supervisor, the way one of your colleagues keeps playing his lyre too loudly in the breaks. They seem insignificant now, lost in the vast expanse of time like so many grains of sand blown away by the wind. As the darkness deepens, your vision begins to blur. It's not just fatigue, but something almost primal, a sense that you're being pulled back into the very earth itself. You feel the silt beneath your feet grow cooler still, as if it's trying to draw the heat out of your body and leave only the dull ache of weariness behind. Your gaze drifts lower now, taking in the intricate carvings on the stone blocks, hieroglyphs that tell their own stories of pharaohs past, gods long forgotten, and a world where time itself was measured by the cycles of the Nile. Each symbol is like a tiny puzzle piece, fitting together to create an image that's both beautiful and mysterious. The stars above seem closer now, as if they're trying to weave in with the shadows below. It's a strange feeling, one that defies explanation but seems almost calming. The world around you has slowed its pace, like a great animal settling into its slumber after a long day of roaming. Even the wind has stilled, leaving only an oppressive silence that presses down upon your shoulders. You're lost now in this twilight realm, neither awake nor asleep, suspended between worlds and bound by nothing more than the fragile thread of consciousness. Your thoughts drift like clouds across the desert sky, forming shapes and patterns you can't quite grasp before they dissolve into nothingness once again. Memories surface from deep within your mind, a chance remark made years ago, the feel of sun-baked sand beneath your feet on some distant expedition. Time itself seems to have warped in this quiet hour between day and night, when all that remains is an almost palpable sense of suspended animation. You're caught up in its gentle current, floating along with no particular direction or destination, just a growing awareness that you're not alone here, surrounded by the whispers of past generations as they too navigated this strange terrain between wakefulness and sleep. Your eyelids grow heavier now, as if weighed down by unseen forces. Your gaze drops to the sand beneath your feet, where shadows cast intricate patterns like ancient scripts waiting for deciphering, each one a story told in curves and angles that only reveal themselves when seen from just so many degrees of perspective. As you stand amidst the warm golden light that's beginning to wane with the day, your gaze drops to the sand beneath your feet, where shadows cast intricate patterns like ancient scripts waiting for deciphering, each one a story told in curves and angles that only reveal themselves when seen from just so many degrees of perspective. The soft breeze carries the faint scent of frankincense wafting on its whispers, teasing you with hints of distant rituals yet to be performed. Your eyes wander along the stone walls that surround this sacred precinct, noticing the way the setting sun casts long shadows across the limestone facades, giving an eerie sense of depth and dimensionality. Each block is a testament to your craft, precision-cut slabs fitted together like pieces in a puzzle with just enough space for moisture to seep through without compromising their structural integrity. As you inhale deeply, the cool air carries memories of yesterday's meals, when our foreman brought over that batch of papyrus-wrapped flatbread filled with spiced lentils. The way it crunched beneath your teeth still lingers on your tongue, and for a fleeting moment, hunger stirs in your belly before you push aside thoughts of sustenance to focus on the day's tasks. Your hand instinctively reaches into the pouch at your waist, feeling for the worn leather strip that holds your work tools. Your fingers close around the familiar shapes, a small chisel with an almost imperceptible notch near its base, a wooden mallet with intricate carvings along its handle, signs of another craftsman's patient hands. You glance over at Ani, who stands nearby, his gaze intently focused on some detail only he can see. His dark eyes seem to hold the weight of all that you both have yet to accomplish before this great tomb is ready for the one it will soon shelter. He pauses in mid-gesture as your eyes meet, acknowledging a shared moment without breaking stride. Your attention returns to the sand beneath your feet, An endless carpet woven from grains so fine they're almost imperceptible when trodden upon by thousands of footsteps over centuries. Each impression left behind tells its own story, of journeys made and miles walked, of laughter shared among friends, whispers exchanged in hushed tones, or perhaps just the occasional nervous glance at a superior. The sky above slowly darkens as night begins to take hold, but not without first casting its final brushstrokes across this sun-baked landscape. Shadows deepen into caverns that promise shelter and reprieve from the scorching day's heat. You watch how they grow longer, like outstretched arms embracing the land itself. Your own thoughts start to wander as you notice a lone bird perched atop one of the nearby monuments. Its song an ethereal blend of melancholy longing and sweet release that seems almost otherworldly in these quiet moments before nightfall. You recognize it's a shufar, known for their haunting melodies, which sometimes echo through these precincts late into the evening. Night air begins to seep into this place like a chill breeze on an autumnal morning, making you recall how cold your fingers became when handling wet stone in those early days of construction before your calloused hands grew accustomed. That memory lingers even now as, with each deep breath, the coolness spreads up your arms and shoulders. In these waning hours, people's footsteps grow fewer and farther between, until it seems you're alone on this vast stage, set by ancient architects who knew just how to balance grandeur and restraint. As twilight envelops all in a gentle shroud of shadow, sounds from distant courtyards drift through, evidence that life still thrums within those labyrinthine corridors. Your eyes follow the path Ani took when he departed. Now you notice other individuals beginning their evening routines, some making their way back to family quarters or nearby taverns for dinner while others linger near the main entrance, engaged in hushed conversations. You can sense an undercurrent of fatigue beneath these gentle interactions, a palpable exhaustion that comes with days filled with endless repetition and precision. Your gaze falls upon your own tools once more, now lying idle at your side like sentinels waiting for their next call to duty. Your hands instinctively tighten around them, as if unwilling to relinquish the comfort of familiarity in this slowly fading light. But you know all too well that night's tasks will demand just as much attention and skill from those who work within these walls. As darkness gathers, shadows deepen into blackness punctuated only by an occasional flicker of torchlight carried on a breeze born of distant fires. The last rays of sunlight surrender to the horizon, leaving this place bathed in a soft blue-gray haze that's both calming and disorienting at once. Night has descended upon your world, carrying with it all its quiet mysteries and unseen rituals. It's time for those who remain behind to continue their work under starlight or candlelight, while you will soon join them in the stillness ahead, though now, as twilight dissolves into night proper, you feel an almost imperceptible sense of relief wash over your shoulders. This phase is a threshold between light and darkness, when shadows grow long enough to be treacherous but not yet dark enough for true navigation. Your footsteps slow down in anticipation. The world around you quietens as if sharing your unease with every passing moment until it's then lost within this liminal space where day succumbs to night, that even the most mundane activities become fraught with an almost otherworldly significance, a reminder that within these walls, life and death coexist in balance. As you stand within these ancient walls, the scent of fresh limestone and damp earth envelops you, transporting you to a realm where the boundaries between life and death are blurred. The flickering torches cast eerie shadows on the walls, their gentle dance a reminder that even in stillness there is movement. You breathe in deeply, feeling the dust particles tickle your nostrils as the night air whispers secrets through the narrow corridors. The city beyond these walls slumbers, its inhabitants wrapped in the security of ignorance, unaware of the intricate web of lives being woven within this necropolis. Your footsteps echo softly on the stone floor, a gentle metronome marking the passage of time as you make your way to the great hall where the day's tasks are planned. The wind stirs outside, carrying with it the distant sounds of a lone flute player, its mournful melody weaving in and out of the soft hooting of desert owls. The air is heavy with anticipation, not just for the night ahead, but also for the whispers that have begun to circulate within the community. A rumor has taken hold. One of our own has been accused of betraying a fellow builder's trust. The incident itself is shrouded in mystery, but its effects are palpable, like an unseen mist creeping into every corner of your being. As you approach the Great Hall, you notice that some of your colleagues seem to be avoiding eye contact with one another, a subtle yet telling sign of unease. You recognize Amenhotep's cousin, Ani, hovering near the entrance, his eyes darting nervously between two groups engaged in hushed conversation. His usually cheerful demeanor has given way to an air of somber introspection. The great hall itself is bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, as if the torches are slowly burning away the shadows that cling to its walls like reluctant phantoms. The room's central pillar rises high above you, supporting the vaulted ceiling with a stately elegance. Upon it rests an intricately carved stone plaque bearing the image of a majestic falcon, a symbol not only of divine protection, but also of the builder's commitment to their craft. You take your place at the periphery of this gathering, observing as the leader of the builders, Ima, begins to outline the day's objectives. His words are laced with an air of gravitas, his eyes scanning the room with a keen awareness that betrays none of the tension that has taken hold within these walls. And so we shall proceed with great care and attention to detail, he says, as our work is not just a testament to our craft but also a bridge between life and death. Our task is one of reverence, to honor those who have come before us while creating an eternal resting place for the nobles who entrust their legacy to our skill. As Ima finishes speaking, you notice that some among your colleagues exchange furtive glances, their expressions betraying a mixture of guilt and anxiety. Amenhotep's cousin Ani seems particularly troubled, his eyes downcast as if weighed by an unseen burden. You recall the rumors about the alleged betrayal. Whispers spoke of secrets shared with outsiders who promised wealth and influence in exchange for forbidden knowledge. It's said that one of our own succumbed to these temptations, compromising not just their position, but also the delicate balance between life and death within this sacred place. Ima continues his address, reminding you all of your duties and responsibilities as tomb builders, guardians of a hidden world where pharaohs are transformed into gods. His words serve as a gentle reminder that even amidst whispers of betrayal, our work remains unchanged, to craft an eternal resting place for those who have earned their place among the stars. As Ima finishes speaking, you feel the weight of your duties settle upon you, not just as a builder, but also as someone caught in the midst of unfolding events. You're aware that life and death are intertwined within these walls, each moment filled with an almost otherworldly significance. Your thoughts drift to the pharaohs who rest here, their tombs waiting patiently for your skilled hands to shape them into eternal vessels. You take a slow breath, allowing yourself to sink deeper into this liminal space where past and present converge, where life and death are not mutually exclusive but intertwined like two serpents coiled around each other. The air is heavy with anticipation as you begin the day's tasks, ever mindful that within these walls, even the most mundane activities hold an almost mystical power. With a quiet sense of resolve, you join your fellow builders in their labors, each stroke of chisel and brushstroke imbued with reverence for those who have entrusted us to create this sacred place. Your footsteps blend into the soft murmur of conversation as you work on, aware that even amidst whispers of betrayal, life continues to unfold within these ancient walls. The wind stirs outside once more, carrying with it the faint scent of rain, a promise of renewal and rebirth that echoes through your very being. As night deepens its hold upon this necropolis, casting long shadows across the stone floor, you realize that even in stillness, life is never truly absent from these hallowed halls. Time becomes fluid here, measured not by hours or minutes, but by the gentle cadence of your labors, each task a testament to your role as guardian and craftsman. As night's quiet whispers begin to lull the city outside into slumber, you're left with only your thoughts to keep company within these vast, echoing halls. Your mind wanders back to Ani, his troubled expression lingering like an open book waiting to be read, its secrets hidden behind veils of silence and discretion. You wonder if this is a day that will forever hold the whispers of betrayal in abeyance, or whether it's just another chapter in the never-ending story of lives intertwined within these sacred walls. As you continue your work, lost in thought amidst the soft hum of conversation, you become acutely aware that even amidst whispers of treachery and broken trust, even as night succumbs to day and vice versa, life persists. Within this eternal cycle, where birth and death are balanced like two sides of a scale, every moment is imbued with an almost otherworldly significance. And so you labor on each stroke of the chisel or brush, a testament to your role in crafting not just tombs, but also memories that will outlast even time itself. The darkness outside recedes as morning's light begins its ascent, casting shadows within these walls anew. As dawn breaks over the necropolis, bathing all in its golden glow, you're left with only the quiet whispers of night, and perhaps a few lingering doubts about what lies ahead. The city stirs beyond your reach, a distant hum that reminds you that life continues to ebb and flow outside these sacred walls. Within this liminal space where past meets present, your thoughts drift between memories yet to be forged and those already etched into the stone of history. And in this quiet reverie, as morning light creeps over the desert horizon, casting long shadows across the necropolis, you're left standing amidst whispers of betrayal and unspoken doubts, poised on the threshold of another day that will soon yield its secrets to your patient hands. The darkness within these walls seems to deepen as morning's radiance filters through narrow windows, a gentle warmth that stirs the dust motes dancing in sunbeams. As Ima begins his final instructions for the day ahead, you realize that even amidst whispers of treachery and uncertainty, life persists, its rhythm echoing off the stone walls with an almost otherworldly cadence. The city outside slowly awakens to the rhythmic beating of drums and chisels on stone, a symphony that harmonizes humanity's passage from one day into another. And within these hallowed halls where pharaohs await their eternal rest, you're left standing amidst whispers of doubt and silence, poised at the threshold of a new dawn that will soon illuminate secrets waiting to be unearthed. Time stretches out before you like an endless expanse of sand dunes under morning's golden light. As Imam concludes his instructions, casting each task with its respective responsibility, your thoughts drift between the labors ahead and those already completed, leaving behind a trail of echoes in these timeless halls where life and death entwine. Your fellow builders disperse to their designated tasks as the first light of dawn dances across ancient stone. The air within these walls seems heavy with anticipation as morning's radiance gradually illuminates the shadows that cling to its corners. And amidst whispers of betrayal, a day is born, one that will weave itself into an eternal tapestry alongside countless others. As you prepare for another day among the silent witnesses who rest here, your footsteps echo softly against the stone floor, carrying within them not just physical weight, but also the subtle burden of doubt and silence. Yet even as morning's light bathes all in its golden glow, illuminating shadows that refuse to be banished, life persists. It is then, lost within this liminal space where day succumbs to night and vice versa, that every moment holds an almost otherworldly significance. A reminder that within these walls, lives are forever intertwined with death's quiet whisperings, each task a testament to the delicate balance between creation and destruction that defines our role as tomb builders. As morning advances its steady course across the desert horizon, casting shadows anew within this necropolis, you're left standing amidst whispers of betrayal and unspoken doubts. The city stirs beyond your reach, a distant hum reminding you that life continues to ebb and flow outside these sacred walls. Within the timeless expanse of these hallowed halls where pharaohs await their eternal rest, every moment holds an almost otherworldly power, a reminder that amidst whispers of doubt and uncertainty, life persists. As you wander through the temple's inner sanctum, where shadows dance upon walls like wispy fingers on a summer breeze, you can't help but feel an eerie sense of tranquility settle over your shoulders, the kind that makes even the most mundane tasks seem imbued with an almost mystical significance. The air is heavy with the scent of aged stone and the faint tang of incense, carried on whispers of wind through narrow passageways like a secret only known to those who dwell within these ancient walls. Your footsteps echo softly off limestone surfaces as you make your way towards the storage rooms where your master craftsman stores his arsenal, an assortment of tools that would be at home in any Egyptian household, but somehow seem more treasured here for their role in safeguarding not just a pharaoh's rest, but also the memories etched into every line and curve. The flickering light from torches casts eerie silhouettes upon nearby statues, as if they too were watching over your work. As you enter the storage room, you're immediately enveloped by an atmosphere thick with the smell of oil leather, and a hint of metal sharpness that seems almost comforting. You rummage through wooden chests lined with soft felt, searching for a particular set of tools. Each one is meticulously wrapped in linen cloth to prevent rust from setting in such fastidious care, given even to items used solely for the purpose of war. Your fingers brush against an assortment of flint and obsidian-tipped arrowheads, delicately crafted to fit into short wooden handles that seem small enough to be wielded by a child. Nearby, you find several types of spears, some adorned with feathers from unknown birds of prey, while others feature long, curved blades for gutting enemies at close range. Each tool tells its own story, the quiet pride in every delicate stroke on an arrowhead surface, or the brutal efficiency of a spear designed to deliver swift death. You continue your search until you come across a small chest with intricate carvings depicting various gods and their symbols etched into it. This one holds your master craftsman's collection of armor, shields made from overlapping scales of leather or woven reeds that would offer little protection against a well-placed arrow, but perhaps might deflect the blow long enough for an escape to be attempted. In another corner, you find bundles wrapped in worn cloth and tied with sturdy twine. Each bundle is heavy with the weight of what seems like hundreds of wooden arrows, each one notched at both ends to accommodate being fired from a composite bow that would require considerable strength, even for someone as robustly built as your master craftsman. You carefully untie one end, revealing rows and rows of arrows, their pointed tips glistening in the dim light. The air is filled with an almost palpable silence, not just because you're handling these tools, but perhaps also due to a realization that the lives they were designed to take would have been vastly more precious than any life taken today. The gentle creaking of wooden chests and soft murmurs from other parts of the temple create a soothing melody, like lullabies sung by invisible hands guiding your thoughts into quieter corners. It's almost as if the very presence of these tools imbues you with an unspoken duty to treat each moment, not just while crafting them, but in all aspects of life, with reverence. In another part of the temple complex, a group of workmen have gathered near a makeshift forge where blacksmiths tirelessly hammer at glowing hot metal. The rhythmic pounding echoes through the corridors as they shape an assortment of tools, from axes and knives to more intricate pieces that might be used in rituals or even for ceremonial purposes. The scene seems almost surreal, men, sweat-drenched but serene, their faces illuminated by flashes of firelight dancing across molten steel, completely absorbed in shaping objects that will one day serve a purpose far removed from the hands they now wield. It's as if time itself has slowed down to allow you to witness this quiet dance between humans and the materials they work with, each stroke echoing through eternity like whispers carried by desert winds. In another corner of the temple, near where workers are preparing elaborate meals on low-burning fires that seem almost too small for their needs, but somehow manage to provide a smoky fragrance filling every space, you notice one of your fellow laborers carefully arranging an assortment of dried meats, each cut meticulously separated and laid out in neat rows like offerings. You catch his eye as he pauses from this task, momentarily distracted by the sight of you rummaging through storage chests. He gives a slight nod before returning to his duty with renewed focus, but not before your glance meets his for an instant that feels almost a shared understanding. Perhaps it's just your imagination playing tricks on tired eyes. As day succumbs to night, its progression marked by a series of gradual shadows creeping across the walls like dark fingers grasping at fading light. You find yourself in a quiet courtyard surrounded by towering pillars, their surfaces etched with stories from long-forgotten dynasties. The moon casts silver highlights upon intricate reliefs depicting battles fought and won centuries ago. Your footsteps echo softly through this sacred space as night deepens its hold over the temple complex, each sound absorbed into an almost palpable stillness, so profound that even your breathing seems amplified in comparison to the silence surrounding you. The wind picks up slightly, carrying whispers of distant cities where pharaohs once ruled with unyielding power. You can't help but feel a deep connection to these storied walls and the lives they've witnessed over millennia. The quiet moments spent amidst such rich history somehow put your own daily struggles into perspective, reminding you that perhaps it's in accepting, even embracing our duties within this grand tapestry of life, we might find peace in being mere threads, woven alongside countless others to form an intricate whole. As the temple slowly succumbs to darkness, night air carries a soothing melancholy over its precincts. Your thoughts begin drifting toward distant memories and half-forgotten tales from your master craftsman's own youth, stories of battles fought and won with these very tools that now rest in storage chests, awaiting their turn at history's stage. But for now, the stillness enveloping you invites contemplation rather than urgency, each breath a reminder to cherish every moment spent amidst this sacred silence. In its tranquil depth lies an understanding. We're not just mere laborers within these temple walls. Our lives are but one strand in a vast weave of existence that stretches across centuries. The darkness deepens, shadows growing more pronounced as the stars begin their gentle twinkling above, a night sky almost identical to those witnessed by pharaohs and laborers alike. The silence is so profound you can hear the beat of your own heart, a steady pulse echoing through this timeless expanse where life persists in defiance of whispers of doubt and uncertainty. As sleep begins its inevitable claim on weary eyes, the temple's ancient stones seem to absorb every sound, even the quiet murmurs within your own mind. And it is then that you feel an almost mystical connection with these walls, a bond forged through countless generations' shared labor, each moment lived amidst this hallowed space now an integral part of some grander narrative only time will reveal. In the stillness, as night's chill begins to seep into your bones and eyelids grow heavy, it becomes clear that even in the most mundane tasks, whether crafting tools for war or simply preparing meals on a temple courtyard, lies a profound significance. Each action is but one thread within an intricate tapestry woven from lives lived across centuries. And so, as slumber claims you amidst this sacred silence, surrounded by whispers of pharaohs and laborers long past, the temple's timeless expanse closes in around your dreams like a protective shroud, holding them safe until dawn breaks over these ancient stones once more. As slumber claims you amidst this sacred silence, surrounded by whispers of pharaohs and laborers long past, the temple's timeless expanse closes in around your dreams like a protective shroud, holding them safe until dawn breaks over these ancient stones once more. But even as sleep begins to whisper its sweet nothings into your ear, the world outside your makeshift bed still stirs quietly, gradually. The wind carries on its gentle breeze the scent of papyrus and cedar, wafting through the temple's corridors like a soft benediction. You are now standing in the marketplace that lies just beyond the temple's precincts, though standing is perhaps too active a verb for this moment. More accurately, you find yourself swaying slightly on your feet as the weight of another day's labor begins to tell. The sun beats down upon your back and shoulders, warming the worn leather straps of your tool belt, but its rays are still tempered by the morning haze that clings like a damp shroud to the city. As you make your way through the crowded stalls, the soundscape shifts from the soft lapping of water against stone in the temple's courtyards and the murmur of whispered conversations among the laborers to the bright jangle of merchants calling out their wares. Copper trinkets glinting like molten suns, rows of fine linen draping elegantly over wooden frames, gourds overflowing with emerald green beans that seem almost otherworldly in this desert bright light. You breathe in deeply, feeling the dust and sweat-stained air fill your lungs. There's a tang to it, too, like the faintest hint of olive oil or fresh bread. Your eyes drink in the riotous colors and textures on display: purple-dyed wool, bright blue faience tiles glinting with an uncanny light, bundles of papyrus stalks tied together with twine that looks almost silky to your tired gaze. Every merchant seems determined to outdo their neighbors in a madcap competition for attention, but amidst the cacophony, one lone figure stands relatively still. The old man sits cross-legged on his mat, surrounded by his wares: intricately carved stone vessels, delicate bronze figurines that seem almost too dainty to be real, and rows of polished obsidian beads glinting with an otherworldly light in the morning sun. You pause for a moment beside him, watching as he carefully selects one particularly fine piece from its resting place. His hands move with slow deliberation, the opposite of your own hurried pace just now. You notice how his fingers are long and thin, almost fragile seeming despite their evident strength. The lines etched into his skin suggest years of careful craftsmanship. As you stand there, a gust of wind stirs through the market stalls, sending scraps of papyrus fluttering to the ground like pale butterflies. The old man looks up at this sudden disturbance, and for an instant your eyes meet in mutual understanding. We're both caught off guard by life's small surprises, neither one sure how to proceed. Eventually, he returns his gaze to his wares, as if recalling some internal directive that you, lost in the sensory chaos of the market, had momentarily forgotten. He pauses for a moment longer, his eyes squinting slightly into the sunlight before offering you a gentle smile, almost a challenge but not quite. You realize now that this is his way of saying, "Come closer," though whether to appreciate the intricate carvings on one of those stone vessels, or merely to experience the serenity of his presence amidst all the surrounding commotion. Well, only he knows. His smile doesn't change as you take another step forward, nor does it deepen when your gaze lingers upon a particularly striking piece. Instead, and this is what strikes you most about this moment, there's something almost neutral in that expression, neither inviting nor repelling, merely present. Like the stillness at the heart of some great sweeping landscape, unassuming yet unmistakable, waiting for its chance to unfold like a slow-rising tide. Eventually, his gaze shifts away from yours and focuses on something, anything else within reach. You breathe out slowly, feeling your shoulders relax as you understand that this encounter has been, well, not exactly granted, perhaps, more an acknowledgement of the fleeting nature of human connection in this ever-turning world. As you make your way through the winding streets of Thebes, the late afternoon sun casts a warm glow over the city's dusty sprawl. You've been working on the tomb for weeks now, and today was no exception. Another day spent chiseling away at the stone, hauling heavy blocks into place, and attempting to coax some semblance of artistic flair from the uninspired designs of your overseer. You pause to take a swig of cool water from your clay jug, feeling the liquid trickle down your parched throat as you watch the other laborers trudge home for their evening meal. The smell of roasting onions and fresh bread wafts through the air, enticing your stomach into growling protest. But you know better than to indulge in such luxuries before completing your daily quota. Your crew leader, a gruff but fair man named Kem, hands out portions of dried fruit and stale flatbread for lunch. You take a bite, feeling the texture of the bread crumble between your teeth as the dryness tickles the roof of your mouth. It's not exactly gourmet cuisine, but it'll do. The air is heavy with the scent of acacia trees swaying in the gentle breeze that stirs up dust devils across the construction site. You wipe a streak of sweat from your forehead, surveying the ongoing chaos as fellow workers chisel away at nearby stones or heft massive blocks into place using pulleys and levers. You notice an elderly woman walking towards you, her face creased with age and weariness. She's one of the local vendors who brings offerings to the site for good luck. Today, it seems, is no different. A small basket filled with what appears to be fresh vegetables wrapped in a linen cloth sits beside her hands as she approaches Kem. The elderly woman begins to extol the virtues of her wares, something about a particular strain of garlic being said to ward off evil spirits, and another batch of herbs promised to bring fertility. You recognize some of these items from your own meager pantry at home, but none of them seem to be what they're cracked up to be. You listen patiently as Kem haggles with the vendor over prices, which only serves to underscore just how far apart their worlds are. For a moment, you feel like an outsider observing this exchange between two cultures. Kem's practical concerns about cost and value versus the elderly woman's mystic language of blessings and curses. Eventually, after what feels like hours of haggling, though it was probably only 20 minutes in reality, they reach some sort of agreement. The vendor takes her goods away, leaving behind a faint scent of lavender and lemongrass to mingle with the dust and sweat that clings so tenaciously to every surface. The day wears on, as does your patience. It's almost time for the midday sun to dip below the city walls, which usually heralds the beginning of another long stretch without a break. Your overseer arrives, shouting something about increased productivity quotas and more stringent deadlines. You continue working through the sweltering heat, losing yourself in the rhythmic scratch-scrape of chisel against stone as sweat drips down your face and dust clings to every available inch of your body. Every now and then you glance up at Kem or another crew member for a moment's levity, an exchanged quip here, a tired smile there. Eventually the sun does dip below the city walls, casting long shadows across the construction site that seem to stretch like grasping fingers towards something far away. You imagine it might be hope itself. The temperature drops slightly as night begins its slow creep over the desert sands. You can almost taste the dryness of the air now, a flavor you've grown accustomed to but would still rather not savor. At some point, perhaps around sunset or maybe closer to twilight, when stars start poking through the sky like diamonds scattered across dark blue velvet, you remember your own family's simple dinner waiting for you back home. Tonight it'll be beans cooked in broth over an open flame, a meal so humble yet somehow rich with the promise of another day gone by. You make up your mind to take a short walk during your break, though break might be stretching it, more like a hasty grab at some respite from relentless labor. The stars are beginning their gentle twinkling above as you stroll through the city's winding streets, taking in sights and sounds both familiar and strange. In this slow-motion dance of lights and shadows, you notice how different everything seems once the day's frenetic pace subsides, like a world seen anew after one closes their eyes for an instant. As night deepens its hold on Thebes, stars twinkle above while below, ancient stones worn smooth by time itself, walls bearing silent witness to countless stories told and retold. At home, you find your family gathered around the hearth, Simple things like this are often all that get lost in the ebb and flow of life here. They've set out a modest feast, small portions of roasted vegetables alongside steaming mugs filled with broth, flatbread broken into manageable pieces for easy snacking. Your daughter Amos sits on your lap as you begin to eat, her tiny fingers digging gently into the bread's crumbly texture while she chews slowly. It occurs to you that right now, in this instant of calm and connection, nothing else matters besides sharing a meal together under starlight filtering through windows. But even in these moments when love seems most palpable, an ache lingers somewhere inside, perhaps buried deep beneath all those layers of skin and muscle. The understanding that time itself is a thief. Every memory made here has been built upon the foundation of impermanence. Every smile given and received within Thebes' walls holds some secret sorrow waiting to be discovered. Amos's eyes grow heavy, eyelids fluttering as her breathing slows. It won't be long before she drifts off into sleep. You cradle her close, holding tight while feeling those threads of love that weave you all together begin to unravel ever so subtly, like strands pulled from a fragile rope by the insistent tug of time's relentless passage. Your gaze wanders out towards the night sky, stars now shining brightly above Thebes' rooftops. And in their twinkling light, you glimpse something almost imperceptible, a glimmer of acceptance for what lies ahead, an acknowledgement that even as love is made and cherished here today, it will inevitably fade like yesterday's sand dunes worn away by desert winds. As the stars continue to twinkle above your humble abode in Thebes, where ancient traditions meet dusty reality, you begin to sense a hush settling over everything. Time itself seems content with its role as silken thief, stealing moments of love and laughter one gentle whisper at a time, leaving behind memories both bittersweet and richly textured. In this quiet hour before dawn arrives once more, something almost peaceful stirs within your chest, like dust settling into place after a storm has passed. The darkness outside feels deeper now, but somehow less oppressive, as if in its stillness lies some hidden promise or message that will eventually reveal itself to you when the time comes. You feel Amos's weight relax further against your side. Her breathing slows even more, almost imperceptibly. And with each slow exhalation from her tiny body, you begin to let go as well, releasing taut threads of worry and concern into the shadows that gather like dark velvet around Thebes' rooftops. As morning light starts its gradual creep across the desert sands, an awareness seeps in, a subtle shift towards accepting what will be, letting love shine brightly for now without fretting over tomorrow's unknowns. As morning light starts its gradual creep across the desert sands, an awareness seeps in, a subtle shift towards accepting what will be, letting love shine brightly for now without fretting over tomorrow's unknowns. The warm breeze stirs, carrying with it whispers of the night, the faint scent of frankincense still clinging to your skin, the echoes of laughter and conversation from the family's quarters slowly fading into the dawn. You find yourself standing in front of the family's dwelling, a small mud brick structure nestled among the sandstone hills. The sun is still low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the sandy floor inside. You can see your brother's silhouette against the light-filled doorway as he stirs from his slumber. Your mother rises from her mat, smoothing out her linen robes and beginning to prepare breakfast. A simple spread of flatbread, dates, and olives, accompanied by a steaming jug of beer. As she works, the air is filled with the sweet scent of baking bread. Your stomach growls softly in anticipation. You notice the family's cook, an elderly woman named Nebbit, lingering near the doorway, observing you with a keen eye as you stretch and yawn. Her hands move deftly to adjust the cooking pot over the low flame. The sizzle of onions and garlic fills the air. Your brother emerges from his quarters, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He's been up late studying the ancient texts, trying to decipher the mysteries of our ancestors' building techniques. His gaze meets yours, and you exchange a quiet smile before turning your attention back to Nebbit. Today will be a day like any other, she says with a knowing glint in her eye, as if sharing some hidden truth, though what that might mean is left unsaid. The morning wears on, the sun climbing higher in the sky until it casts a warm glow across the sandy courtyard. You help Nebbit carry out the food and drink to the family's outdoor seating area. Your father joins you there, his face creased with sleep lines as he takes a seat on one of the stone benches. The sound of scraping tools echoes from nearby. Some of our neighboring families are already hard at work on their tombs. You notice an elderly scholar standing near them, scrutinizing every detail as if it were the very fabric of existence itself, his wispy beard quivering with each tick of his tongue against his lips. His name is Ani. He's been tasked by Pharaoh to oversee our tomb-building endeavors. As you eat and drink alongside your family, a small group of travelers passes nearby on their way into Thebes. They glance over at the tomb site, some nod in respect towards Ani, while others seem puzzled or disinterested. You can't help but wonder what stories they might carry with them from other lands, whose tombs have been built for whom. After breakfast, you take a short walk to join Ani and observe his work alongside yours. His eyes flicker up as he sees you approaching. "Ah, young one," he says softly, offering a nod before returning his attention to the nearby stonemasons at work on the tomb's exterior walls. Their chisels move in rhythmic sequence against the rock face. Scrape, scrape, scratching sounds punctuate the air. Ani walks over, peering closely at each block of stone as it is set into place, measuring with a keen eye to ensure the fit is precise and true. You watch him for a moment, wondering what he sees in these stoneworks that you don't. Perhaps it's something about their alignment or proportions. As Ani moves back towards his task, your gaze falls on the papyrus scrolls scattered nearby, some partially unrolled, others neatly tied with thin leashes of linen thread. They appear to be documents detailing our construction work, diagrams of architectural designs and notes in hasty hieroglyphs that blur together like raindrops against a stone surface. Some days you find yourself flipping through these scrolls with growing interest. On others, they just feel too much jargon, too many half-finished ideas floating about. Your mind starts to wander. What secrets lie hidden behind each curl of papyrus? What tales might be buried in the lines and squiggles? You glance up at Ani once more as he bends forward over his sketchbook, scribbling furiously with a reed pen, trying to commit some crucial detail from your stonecutter's latest efforts onto parchment. His eyes lock onto yours for an instant. You sense a silent message passing between, trust in the work's progression, focus on one piece at a time. The sun now casts long shadows across the working area as morning wears into afternoon. Ani calls out to his assistants and stonemasons, directing them towards new tasks or reassigning tools. A small break has occurred. Some workers nod and stretch while others head off to grab water from nearby jugs. As the family sits for a meal of boiled fish and vegetables under a shaded awning, you notice how your father's hands move in slow circles around his plate, as if guiding an unseen thread through intricate patterns. Nebbit leans over occasionally to refill cups with beer. Your brother scribbles more notes on one of Ani's scrolls while trying not to be too obvious about it. A faint murmur has begun building from the west, and you sense its source before recognizing the sound. A group of traveling scholars arriving at our family's village. As they approach, their conversation grows louder. They're speaking in hushed tones, but with animated hand gestures that betray an air of excitement or perhaps concern. Your mother rises to meet them, ushering the visitors towards Ani and offering steaming cups from her nearby water jug. She talks in soothing cadences about food, shelter, and rest for these weary travelers. A gentle calm spreads through their initial anxiety as they take in the simple comforts offered by your family. Time passes at its leisurely pace. Afternoons stretch into late mornings. Shadows lengthen across the courtyard until they become long fingers pointing towards distant hills. Your brother returns to his texts, occasionally glancing up with an absorbed expression while still turning pages with a soft rustling sound. You spend time with Nebbit in the kitchen area, watching her expertly chop and prepare spices for that evening's meal, inhaling deep lungfuls of aromatic steam rising from pots suspended over low flames. The taste of herbs lingers on your tongue, transporting you to a place where worries seem distant or non-existent. Later still, as shadows deepen towards the horizon, Ani leads his workers back to their tasks. And though it's hard to tell exactly what work is being done, there's an unmistakable rhythm emerging from within our construction area. Your father nods at you in approval. Your brother puts down his papyrus scrolls for a moment to watch. As evening sun dips below the horizon line, Nebbit brings out lanterns with smoky-scented candles burning brightly inside, small pools of light flickering across dusty surfaces, as darkness falls over our village like an enveloping blanket. As evening sun dips below the horizon line, Nebbit brings out lanterns with smoky-scented candles burning brightly inside, small pools of light flickering across dusty surfaces, as darkness falls over our village like an enveloping blanket. The air cools slightly, and a gentle breeze stirs up whispers from the reeds growing along the nearby canal, their soft lapping against each other creating a soothing melody that ebbs and flows with every breath. You are sitting on the edge of your sleeping platform, watching Nebbit as she carefully places each lantern in its designated spot. She's been doing this for years, you think to yourself, as if it were an ancient ritual passed down through generations, which, come to think of it, might not be too far off from the truth. The smell of those smoky-scented candles wafts up and tickles your nostrils, making your eyes water slightly. You squint against the haze, watching Nebbit's hands as she lights each one with a deft touch, her fingers moving in practiced motions that speak to years of experience honing this very skill. The darkness outside seems almost palpable now, like an extra person standing just beyond the flickering pools of light cast by these lanterns. You can feel it pressing against your skin, making you want to huddle closer to Nebbit's warmth, even though she's not quite that close yet, still too engrossed in her task. As the last candle is lit and its flame springs to life, Nebbit pauses for a moment, surveying their collective radiance. The soft glow imbues every surface with an otherworldly quality. It makes shadows dance across walls like restless spirits trying to find purchase on our mundane lives. It casts eerie silhouettes against the still darkness outside, as if night itself were holding its breath in anticipation of what's about to come. The breeze stirs up again, this time rustling through nearby palm fronds and making their leaves whisper secrets among themselves, a constant, soothing hum that ebbs and flows with every exhalation. The reeds along the canal respond by growing more insistent in their whispers, until it sounds like an entire orchestra of tiny voices has taken up residence on your doorstep. Nebbit finally steps back from her handiwork, surveying our little home's new ambience with a satisfied smile playing on her lips. She catches your eye and raises one eyebrow almost imperceptibly, as if daring you to disagree that the light is sufficient for now. You nod in agreement, if only because it feels like an instinctual response rather than anything more deliberate, and she sets off towards the central hearth where a small fire crackles on. Smoke from the candles blends with the scent of cooking food wafting through the evening air. Usually around this time, Nebbit brings out some leftover stew that's been simmering away all day, its flavors having melded together like old friends catching up after months apart. Today it smells especially rich, perhaps a pinch more cumin or coriander was added to the pot. You slip off your sandals and begin making your way over to Nebbit, careful not to disturb any of the sleeping mats scattered about on the floor. Our little home's layout can get quite cramped when everyone settles in for the night. Your stomach growls slightly as you approach the hearth. That stew always has this effect on you. Want some? Nebbit asks without turning around from where she's stirring the bubbling mess with a long wooden spoon, her eyes squinting into the flickering light. No thanks, you reply, I'm not really hungry yet. Still too early for dinner. Nebbit chuckles and sets down the spoon beside a plate. Its contents are still steaming slightly, more than a little enticingly so, given how long it's been sitting there all day. She takes out her own portion from the pot with one hand while using the other to gesture toward an empty space between you two. Make room for me then. As she sits down beside you and begins eating, the sound of our quiet dinner provides a soothing accompaniment, clinking dishes. Nebbit's contented sighs as she chews each mouthful. You can feel your eyelids drooping with every passing moment. Perhaps it really is too early for dinner after all. Just then, the reeds outside seem to stir up their whispers into something almost like a gentle roar, and you look out past Nebbit's shoulder toward that direction, catching sight of stars beginning to twinkle in the darkening sky above. For an instant, they glimmer with such intensity it feels as though night itself is trying to remind us all about its own quiet majesty. As your gaze drifts back down to the hearth and Nebbit, who's still engrossed in her meal, you become acutely aware of just how ordinary this moment truly is, a fleeting snapshot captured within an endless tapestry woven from countless other moments, each one blending into the next with hardly any discernible seams. Nebbit pushes aside her bowl when finished and leans back against the wooden frame supporting our home's central hearth. It groans slightly under her weight but seems sturdy enough. She closes her eyes now, letting out a deep sigh as if exhaling all the worries from another day spent amidst dust, stones, and relentless sunbeams. With each passing moment, the air grows quieter, like an expectant hush that comes with anticipating sleep's soft arrival. The only sounds remaining are those made by Nebbit, her chest rising and falling in a slow rhythm, her occasional shifting of weight against the wooden frame, and almost imperceptibly at first your own heart beating in time with hers, gradually synchronizing its pace to match the stillness gathering around you like an unseen fog. It's as if both of you have been drawn into this momentary calm solely by virtue of being here together. Sharing a meal, watching night descend outside our little home, and letting life, for now at least, just slide back into its natural rhythm. As you sit on the mud floor of your humble abode, surrounded by the familiar sights and sense of your daily life as a tomb builder, the gentle breeze outside rustles the reeds that line the nearby canal, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of lotus flowers that bloom in the gardens along its banks. The air is heavy with the scent of baking bread wafting from the nearby bakery, where Amos's wife, Nebet, toils over her morning batch, kneading dough and laughing with the other women as they chat about their family's latest news. The sun has begun its slow descent into the western horizon, casting a warm orange glow across your small courtyard. You can hear the soft clucking of chickens from the nearby farm, their gentle chirping punctuated by the occasional lowing of oxen in the distance. It's as if both you and I have been drawn into this momentary calm solely by virtue of being here together, sharing a meal, watching night descend outside our little home, and letting life, for now at least, just slide back into its natural rhythm. The sound of scratching comes from the corner of your courtyard where Kemet, one of your apprentices, is busy cleaning his tools. His small hands move deftly over each instrument, making sure every surface is spotless before being returned to their designated place on a nearby wooden rack. The scraping sounds are accompanied by an occasional rustle as he wipes down the walls and floors with fresh linens soaked in a mixture of vinegar and water, leaving everything smelling crisp and clean. You take a moment to glance around your small space, taking pride in how tidy it is despite being lived in for so many years. Every object has its place, each tool hung on its pegs or nestled in the designated box beside them, every clay vessel neatly stacked within easy reach. Even Amos's prized possession, his worn wooden mallet with an intricately carved handle of cedar wood, resting against a wall where it won't get damaged. Your thoughts begin to wander as you watch Kemet finish up and head off towards the central square. You wonder what news he might bring back from his errands. Perhaps there's been word about new stone shipments arriving for your current project, or maybe some gossip has spread among the workers' families that we've yet to hear. The sun dips lower, casting long shadows across our little courtyard and illuminating the intricate patterns on the mud walls. It brings an odd sense of peace as the warmth begins to seep into every corner of this small space, like a comforting blanket draped over your shoulders. Perhaps it's just my imagination running wild, but I feel a deep connection to all these people, each with their own stories and routines. Amos tending his family, Nebet working at the bakery, Kemet helping you in our little workshop, each contributing in small ways that weave together into this quiet tapestry of life. Your ears are treated to the soft chime of a bell carried by one of your fellow workers, announcing the start of evening prayers. A gentle breeze stirs and brings with it the faint scent of incense wafting from the nearby temple as people make their way towards its precincts for daily devotions. Some go quietly alone, others in small groups share whispered conversations that are soon lost to the stillness. It's easy enough to get caught up in such moments, especially when one is tired and content after a long day of hard work, just watching life unfold at its own pace without worrying about any specific outcome or responsibility other than perhaps what you'll have for dinner. Speaking of which, you glance around your small courtyard once more before rising from the mud floor to go inside where Nebet has left a simple but satisfying meal waiting. Flatbread, onions, garlic, and some leftover fowl cooked over an open flame, flavors blended together in harmony with every bite. It might not be exotic by royal standards, but for you it's home, comforting. The evening air is filled with the sounds of families gathering around shared tables, sharing stories from their day while occasionally breaking into soft laughter or warm discussions about plans for tomorrow. Nearby, a small group gathers on the canal bank to watch as dusk falls over the city, its lights flickering softly to life one by one like stars appearing in an evening sky. There's something peaceful in being present during these quiet moments, when time seems less governed by haste and urgency than at other times of your day. You feel free, perhaps not from responsibilities themselves, but certainly within them, content with the simple routine that you've come to call life, one filled with familiar rhythms and comforting routines. As night slowly deepens its hold on Thebes, the air begins to cool slightly, as if sensing a change in mood or maybe just temperature. Your footsteps carry you back out into the courtyard where Kemet has left behind his small stool, perhaps too tired from his errands to bother moving it inside tonight. He's made up for himself a simple bed of papyrus reeds and linen, arranged neatly with an air mattress that will keep him off damp stone. It seems like just another day unfolding into its own quiet pattern. The canal outside your walls continues on its tranquil flow as night falls over the city, shadows growing deeper across our courtyard floor while above us, stars begin their slow twinkle in the darkening sky. As night falls over the city, shadows grow deeper across our courtyard floor, like dark tendrils spreading through a patch of dusty flowers. The stars begin their slow twinkle in the darkening sky, and I can feel the world settling into its evening slumber. You are here with me, standing beside your workbench, surrounded by the tools of your trade, the hammers, chisels, and mallets that have shaped the very walls you built to keep out the night. The air is thickening with scents, a mixture of fresh-cut stone, cooking oil from the nearby kitchen, and the faint tang of resin wafting in on the evening breeze. It's not unpleasant, it's just a familiar, like the smell of your own sweat after a long day's work under the desert sun. As you glance up at the sky, I notice that you're not paying attention to the stars themselves so much as their reflection off the polished limestone floor above us. The dim light from our lamps, small clay vessels with wicks made from reeds, casts an eerie glow on your face, illuminating the faint dusting of sweat and dirt across your skin. You blink slowly, feeling the weight of your eyelids growing heavy. It's been a long day. We've both worked hard to meet the Pharaoh's deadlines for this tomb. Your muscles ache in all the right places, shoulders tired from hefting massive stone blocks into place, fingers sore from chiseling intricate hieroglyphics onto the walls. But even as you feel exhaustion creeping over your eyelids like a warm blanket, there are still tasks to attend to before we can truly rest. The canal outside our walls continues on its tranquil flow. Its gentle lapping against the stone foundations is almost soothing, but it's not just water that needs tending to tonight. One of your apprentices has reminded you that the new shipment of limestone arrived today, and it still needs unloading from the barges. You nod absently at this news, already knowing we'll have to deal with the inevitable dust and chaos that comes with bringing in fresh materials, but for now, just let us linger here a moment longer. The courtyard is quiet except for the distant hooting of an owl outside our walls, its long calls carried on the wind like mournful sighs. The night air carries whispers of conversations from other courtyards and alleys throughout the city, snatches of laughter, arguments over trade goods, or merely the soft murmur of neighbors sharing stories. You shift your weight slightly, feeling the familiar creak in the wooden slats beneath our feet, a sound you've grown accustomed to over countless years working on these stone foundations. It's almost musical now, like the gentle thrumming of a harp string after it's been tuned just so. As I speak these words into your ear, I can feel the world around us slowing down further still, our very breaths becoming synchronized with the lapping water and distant owl calls. The stars above continue their twinkling dance across the sky, like diamonds scattered on a velvet cloak. I notice that one of your sandals has come untied. You didn't bother tying it properly after working all day in the heat. Now, as we stand here swaying gently to the breeze, I can see the soft leather flap flapping loose with each movement, just enough to tickle at the back of my ankle. You're lost in thought now, far away from these mundane details and practical concerns that occupy our waking hours. In your mind's eye, you might be envisioning the final product. This magnificent tomb we've built for a great pharaoh, its walls adorned with intricate symbols and stories, designed to guide his spirit safely into the afterlife. As I ponder alongside you in silence, lost in my own meditations on this daily routine of stone and dust, sweat and labor, our thoughts wander slowly towards sleep. Our eyelids grow heavier, muscles relax further still. As you sink deeper into slumber, your breathing slows to match the gentle lapping of the Nile's waters against its western shore. The air cools, carrying on its currents whispers of the day's activities, a merchant haggling over the price of fresh fish, a child playing with the local temple cat, and the soft clinking of stone tools being put away by weary workers. The tomb builder, K.H. Numhotep, lies flat on his pallet, exhausted from yet another long day spent hauling massive stone blocks into place. His back aches, protesting each movement as he adjusts his sleeping position to avoid putting too much pressure on any one spot. The wooden frame creaks beneath him, emitting a low groan that echoes through the cramped chamber. Outside, in the fading light of evening, workers are beginning their cleanup routine, scrubbing away at dusty stone surfaces with worn cloths and applying liberal amounts of natron to preserve the intricate carvings from the desert's relentless moisture. The scent of baking bread wafts on the breeze, mingling with the pungent aroma of acacia trees and the faint tang of natron itself. The light within the tomb has grown dimmer still. Only a few torches remain lit now, casting flickering shadows across K.H. Numhotep's face as he drifts towards sleep. He thinks back on his day, watching over apprentices learning the finer points of stoneworking, carefully measuring and marking each block for its precise placement in the grand tomb being built beneath their feet. As you feel your eyelids grow heavier, notice how quiet the air has become. Only an occasional chirp from a nocturnal bird or distant call from a far-off temple interrupts the stillness. The wind carries on it whispers of past conversations and forgotten arguments between fellow workers. I told him I'd have that block in place by sundown, and he said we should have had more men to help with lifting. K.H. Numhotep's eyes begin to droop, but his mind persists in reviewing the day's events. He recalls how he corrected an apprentice who'd been careless with a chisel, causing a small chip in one of the intricately carved stone panels, and the brief squabble over whose turn it was to fetch more water from the nearby well. Time passes, shadows creep across K.H. Numhotep's face, deepening into dark pools as he succumbs to slumber. He dreams of being lost in an endless labyrinth, forever searching for a door that never seems quite within reach, only to find himself back at his own workbench once more, surrounded by the familiar scent of papyrus and fresh-cut stone. The wind carries on its currents another sound now, the soft scratching of reeds against sand as workers prepare their evening meal. The air is heavy with anticipation. A new phase in life begins when these workers sit down together to share stories from the day's labors, laughing over who did what, and sometimes getting into heated debates about whose turn it was to bring out the better portion. But for now, sleep claims K.H. Numhodop. He folds his hands across his chest and gives himself over to the gentle rocking motion of a nearby torch. His breathing slows further still. An occasional snore breaks through the silence as you continue drifting into slumber. Your own eyelids grow heavier with each passing moment. As your thoughts begin to untangle, notice how quiet it's become outside. Crickets have started their evening song, soft chirps rising above the rustle of dry leaves, and distant laughter from a group of children playing near the temple steps. K.H. Numhodop stirs ever so slightly as his dreams shift toward visions of lush gardens filled with vibrant flowers, fresh water running through crystal-clear canals lined by intricately carved stone. He smiles in his sleep. Such places don't exist, at least not here on Earth, but one day he hopes to join the blessed among their fellow workers who have died and made it into those afterlife realms. Your own thoughts now untangle, too. Memories of a recent festival begin to surface as your mind starts piecing together events from earlier that day. You recall watching artisans expertly weaving colorful patterns on lengths of linen, preparing ceremonial garments for the temple priest's upcoming procession. As you're swept along by these reminiscences, notice how darkness has begun creeping into every corner. Shadows grow longer, twisting toward blackness as torches are extinguished one by one. In this stillness, sounds take on an almost surreal quality, your heart beating in time with distant music drifting from a nearby temple. The air itself seems heavy now, like water that's been left out overnight and is beginning to thicken into syrup. Every movement feels weighed down, as if effort would be required just to lift one hand from the bed. You feel yourself sinking further still, a great, slow-moving current carrying you toward deeper slumber. K.H. Numhodop too has slipped beneath its surface. His breathing becomes more labored now that dreams are giving way to dark reality. Memories of past losses and family members he's lost over the years begin surfacing, accompanied by an overwhelming sadness. Tears prick at his eyes as grief threatens to overwhelm him in the stillness. Your own breath grows shallower as you settle into a deeper stage of slumber. Your mind begins to wander through realms where dreams blur with reality. Distant memories and half-remembered conversations now intertwining like reeds swaying gently beneath moonlight. As you sink further into slumber, your thoughts begin to unravel like threads pulled from a tapestry. Memories of dusty tombs and worn stone surfaces start to seep back in, carrying with them the scent of aged papyrus and fresh earth. You are standing at the edge of a vast desert expanse, where endless dunes stretch out before you like waves frozen in time. The sun beats down upon your skin, its gentle warmth seeping into your bones as you breathe in deeply, savoring the dry air that fills your lungs. You recall the feel of sand beneath your feet, coarse and shifting, but not unpleasant. A faint breeze stirs, carrying on its breath whispers of ancient cities and long-forgotten rituals. Your mind begins to wander through forgotten marketplaces where traders hawked their wares in hushed tones, as if sharing secrets among friends. You see yourself browsing stalls filled with intricately woven baskets and earthenware vessels adorned with colorful patterns. Your gaze drifts toward a nearby cluster of date palms swaying lazily in the breeze. Their slender branches etch intricate patterns against the blue sky, their silvery leaves shimmering like moonlight on ripples disturbed by unseen fish. You can almost smell the sweetness wafting from their fruit, rich and heady as perfume. Your thoughts start to untangle, revealing snippets of everyday life in a long-forgotten era. You are walking alongside skilled craftsmen who carefully chisel away at limestone blocks, their sweat-drenched shirts clinging to broad shoulders. You see yourself sipping on a cup of beer brewed from emmer wheat and fermented with honeyed dates, the golden liquid foaming gently as it spills into your clay mug. Your ears pick up the quiet clinking of stone tools against mallets, each swing creating a smooth, almost soothing melody that ebbs and flows like the Nile itself. The rhythmic pounding is both calming and hypnotic, carrying you deeper into realms where memories blur with reality. As slumber deepens, your senses begin to merge, blending one experience seamlessly into another. You are watching a master sculptor delicately shape an alabaster figurine, his fingers deftly chiseling away at the smooth surface as he coaxes forth a lifelike rendering of Anubis. His tool scrapes against the stone with soft, almost gentle care. Your mind lingers on forgotten recipes. You recall baking flatbread in a clay oven fueled by desert scrub and dry reeds, its fragrance mingling with sweet spices to create an irresistible aroma that wafts through the streets like a siren's call. Your fingers recall kneading dough made from coarse emmer flour, working it until it felt smooth as silk beneath your touch. The air is heavy with the scent of papyrus being unrolled, yellowed pages, emitting a musty odor that transports you to cramped scriptoriums where scholars hunched over writing desks, quills scratching against parchment in search of hidden truths. Your mind meanders through forgotten texts filled with wisdom and allegory, each page revealing secrets about the universe, a vast tapestry woven from threads both sacred and mundane. The gentle lapping of water against stone grows louder, beckoning you toward ancient temples where priests performed elaborate rituals beneath the watchful gaze of monumental statues. You see yourself standing amidst this reverent atmosphere, surrounded by columns adorned with cobras and jackals, their raised heads a testament to the mysterious forces at work in the cosmos. A faint fragrance catches your attention, sandalwood incense burning softly on an altar as priests prepare for sacred rites, entrancing you with sweet wisps that cling like forgotten memories. The scent of damp earth mingles with this incense, reminding you of long-forgotten construction sites where laborers sweated beneath the desert sun to create temples and tombs. Memories continue to unfurl like a scroll slowly unspooling, revealing layers upon layers of history. Your footsteps echoing through narrow corridors lined with frescoes depicting pharaohs at battle, your hands tracing intricate hieroglyphics inscribed on tomb walls as you help prepare the deceased for their journey into the afterlife. As slumber deepens further still, these echoes begin to fade, dissolving like mist evaporating under morning sun. Your thoughts start to untangle once more, but this time with a sense of peace and tranquility settling over you like a warm blanket. Your mind drifts toward dreams where life's trivialities blend seamlessly into the vast tapestry of human experience. Your breathing slows even further, growing shallow as your body relaxes deeper still into slumber. Memories continue to ebb and flow, carrying with them remnants of long-forgotten lives lived beneath desert skies, filled with starlight and sunbeams that cast shadows like silken threads across the sand. As you drift into the realm of sleep, memories continue to ebb and flow, carrying with them remnants of long-forgotten lives lived beneath desert skies filled with starlight and sunbeams that cast shadows like silken threads across the sand. The air is heavy with the scent of frankincense and myrrh, carried on the gentle breeze that stirs through the temple's corridors. You are in a chamber deep within the tomb complex, surrounded by the remnants of another day's labor. Your fellow workers have long since departed for their own evening routines, leaving you to your thoughts as the sun dips below the horizon. The flickering torches cast eerie shadows on the walls, making it seem as though the very stones themselves are stirring. In this quiet moment, you notice the faint sound of water dripping from a cracked stone above the entrance to the chamber. It's a small thing, almost imperceptible, but one that provides a soothing background hum to your reverie. You've grown accustomed to its presence over the years, finding comfort in the steady beat. Your thoughts turn to the discoveries made today in the tomb of Pharaoh Khafre. The air was thick with anticipation as you and your team carefully extracted the golden funerary mask from its resting place within an intricately carved wooden box. It sparkled like new treasure unearthed, its delicate features glinting with an otherworldly light. As you ponder the artifacts, memories of past excavations begin to resurface. The way sunlight danced through the narrow passageways as you carefully cleared away debris, the acrid smell of fresh lime plaster wafting from a newly uncovered chamber, and the soft murmur of your coworkers discussing the latest theories on funerary rites. Your mind meanders, conjuring images of long-forgotten pharaohs who commissioned these elaborate tombs. You've heard whispers of their grand lives, lavish feasts in honor of the gods, opulent gardens filled with rare flowers, and elaborate processions through city streets. The echoes of these tales linger within you, infusing your imagination with visions of a world both majestic and untouchable. With each passing moment, the atmosphere within the chamber becomes more tranquil. Shadows deepen as night's darkness gathers outside, and the air cools slightly as if the very presence of sleep is calling to it. Your eyelids grow heavy once more, weighed down by the gentle tug of fatigue. Your thoughts turn to dinner, or rather, what passed for dinner in this desert outpost. Tonight was a simple meal. Flatbread slathered with olive oil and herbs, stew made from tough cuts of beef that seemed almost too lean for human consumption, and an assortment of dried fruits, their sweetness tempered by the dry air. As you savor memories of the day's repast, your stomach begins to stir, reminding you that hunger is a constant companion in this line of work. Yet there was something endearing about sharing meals with fellow workers, even if it meant settling for plain fare and listening to endless stories of their families back home. Your mind drifts toward the evenings spent listening to Raz, an aged tomb builder who shared tales from his own youth working on a royal construction project. He spoke in hushed tones as though afraid of being overheard by anyone other than you, though there were no others within earshot. His words dripped with nostalgia for simpler times, the taste of freshly baked bread straight from the oven, the music of the lyre played under starry skies, and the quiet satisfaction that came from knowing a task well done. These recollections blend seamlessly into your growing somnolence, carried along by the soft murmurs of distant waterways, their gentle gurgling an almost subliminal reminder of life outside these tomb walls. In this lulling atmosphere, time seems to lose all meaning. Hours dissolve like grains of sand swept away by a desert breeze. As you continue on your descent into slumber, the chamber's silence is pierced only occasionally. A faint creak from settling stone, a distant call of nocturnal creatures, perhaps an owl or a nightjar seeking out its mate. The darkness gathers around you, heavy with anticipation for another day spent uncovering secrets hidden beneath desert sands. Your breathing slows in tandem with the world outside, as if your body has grown synchronized with the pulse of the land itself. With each passing moment, memories assume more importance than reality, a phenomenon that often occurs when one's life is bound to the dusty, forgotten places where pharaohs and nobles once walked among mortals. As sleep claims you, shadows within the chamber deepen further still, their dark forms blurring together like wisps of fog rolling across an abandoned oasis. The flickering torches seem to sway in a breeze that doesn't exist, their light dancing upon stone walls where ancient rituals were performed and forgotten generations left behind tokens of love, devotion, or sacrifice. In this hushed moment, before the world's darkness is fully claimed by night, you surrender yourself once more to the eternal rhythm of rest. Your dreams will carry on from here, woven into an unseen tapestry, alongside those who built these tombs with precision and dedication. Generations whose stories now mingle in your slumbering mind like threads within a richly embroidered fabric. Your eyelids grow even heavier, as if weighted by the very memories you've shared today. They slide shut at last, shielding you from the world outside, but leaving behind only whispers of what lies ahead when dawn's light creeps over dunes and shadows are reborn in vibrant shades of sandstone pink. As you settle into the silence of your chamber, the air thickens with the scent of papyrus and sandalwood, wafting from the torches that flicker on either side of the entrance. The gentle crackle of the flames casts a warm glow across the stone floor, softening the contours of the room. Your eyelids grow heavy as you succumb to the lullaby of the desert night. Outside in the stillness, the stars begin their nightly waltz across the celestial canvas above. You are no longer aware of the world beyond your small sanctuary. It's a distant hum that ebbs and flows with each breath. Your thoughts meander like the threads of a tapestry, weaving together memories from another lifetime. Perhaps the day you first set foot in this sacred place as an apprentice to one of the esteemed master builders. Their whispered instructions still echo within your mind. The Pharaoh's rest is not for show, it must be timeless. You recall how they spoke with reverence about the grandeur that was being built, a testament to Egypt's greatness. Their words dripped like oil into an empty vessel, slow, deliberate, and full of anticipation. As you drift deeper into sleep, your mind starts to wander through memories. The weight of sand-sodden tools clutched in calloused hands, the smell of fresh papyrus from a morning's work on intricate hieroglyphs, the endless lines of workers moving like an ant colony across the desert sands. These images blend and overlap until they're nothing more than silhouettes against the dark canvas. In your dreams, you are back among them, but now it's evening, not morning. The sun has set over the Great Pyramid, leaving behind a sky ablaze with hues of saffron and amethyst. Shadows stretch across the vast expanse like skeletal fingers, grasping for something to hold on to. Your thoughts swirl in the manner of a water wheel turning lazily on its axis, slow, persistent, never stopping. The desert wind carries the whispers of your fellow workers as they discuss their dreams and share stories of loved ones back home. Their voices are low, but the words themselves fade like wisps of cotton tufts blown away by an errant breeze. You pick up snippets here and there. My wife's new weaving is exquisite. The Nile will rise soon, we should prepare, and then it's gone, a mere echo on the wind. Your mind meanders, disconnected from the world outside your chamber door. It stumbles upon memories of times past when you were fully immersed in this desert landscape. You recall watching sunrises over the pyramid, painting their golden hues across the sands as if trying to capture them with brushes made of starlight and moonbeams. With each breath, the images grow more hazy, but they persist like embers glowing from a dying fire. You walking among workers who have spent years building this monumental structure, your hands stained with the ink of hieroglyphs on papyrus scrolls. Each memory weaves itself into an intricate tapestry that slowly unravels before it's reknotted, only to unfold once more like a lotus flower blooming in the stillness. As you settle deeper into sleep, the past merges seamlessly with your present self, though the distinctions are as indistinct as the desert sands when shrouded by early morning mist. Your breathing synchronizes with that of the world around you, slow and steady as an oxen plodding across the desert plains. Your thoughts turn to those early days before this life began in earnest, a young apprentice learning from seasoned craftsmen whose hands were sculpted to fit like calloused gloves over stone tools. Memories are dust motes dancing in sunbeams that filter through windows high above your chamber. Each one is unique yet familiar as the first light of dawn creeping across sandstone walls. Time loses all meaning here, it becomes fluid, much like the water from a hidden spring gurgling into existence after a summer's drought. Hours pass without you ever truly being aware of them. Days and nights blend together in an endless sea of tedium and beauty that would be difficult to separate were it not for the faint scent of papyrus carried on every breeze. You recall walking among the workers as they labored tirelessly across the construction site, their sweat, dust, and laughter blending with the distant call of falcons hunting high above. In your reverie, you are once more amidst them, a small but integral part of this vast ensemble moving in tandem towards an unspoken goal. It's almost dawn now, perhaps it already has broken over dunes far to the east. You feel a subtle shift within yourself as morning looms on the horizon like a promise whispered across half-closed eyelids. Sleep starts to lose its hold, but for how long is anyone's guess? Minutes pass with a slowness that defies comprehension. The light creeping through your chamber door stirs something deep inside you. Perhaps it's anticipation or maybe just awareness returning after an extended absence. Memories come flooding back like sand swept in by the tide, of working stone, mixing mortar, and aligning walls so that the pharaoh's rest might be a testament to his eternity. In this peaceful twilight between waking and sleeping, your mind drifts toward thoughts both hazy and familiar. It's as if walking through an alleyway lined with memories where each cobblestone is worn smooth by countless footsteps. The journey from one end of life to the other passes in a haze, like watching dunes shift under moonlight. In this liminal space between worlds, time dissolves into nothingness. Hours and years blend together as effortlessly as water poured onto sand, creating patterns unique yet ephemeral as each individual grain of that vast expanse. As you drift deeper into slumber, the warm glow of the setting sun seeps through the cracks of your tomb builder's hut, casting a gentle orange light on the rough-hewn walls. The air inside grows thick with the scent of baked clay and sweat, a familiar smell that's become as comforting to you as the sound of the Nile's waters lapping against its banks. Your head lies heavy on the makeshift pillow, woven from coarse linen threads and stuffed with dried papyrus fibers. The mattress beneath you is nothing more than a layer of reeds spread across a wooden frame, not exactly the most comfortable surface for rest, but it serves its purpose. As your eyelids grow heavier, the soft rustle of the reeds seems to lull you into an even deeper tranquility. Outside, in the stillness of the evening air, the sounds of the village begin to stir. Distant laughter carries on the breeze as families gather for dinner. Children's voices rise and fall in a sweet cadence as they play games by the fading light. But within your hut, all is quiet save for the soft breathing of your fellow workers, who have claimed their own spaces around you. As your thoughts begin to unravel like threads from a frayed seam, memories start to seep into your consciousness. Images of the day's labor come flooding back, each one more vivid than the last. The scorching sun beating down on your back as you hauled massive stone blocks into place, the precise calculations required for each new layer of construction, an intricate dance between geometry and gravity. Your mind wanders to the countless myths and legends that have been passed down through generations. Stories of gods and pharaohs, their names etched onto the walls of temples long since lost in time. Anubis, god of mummification, watches over all who would protect and preserve. Horus's falcon forms soars overhead as he oversees the construction of these very tombs. As you ponder the weight of tradition, both literal and figurative, your thoughts come to rest on the peculiarities of tomb building itself. It is a craft that requires patience, dedication, and an odd sort of reverence for dust and stone. You remember how your master builder once told you, "The soul is not contained within these walls, it resides in every grain, every curve, every imperfection." With this notion echoing through the stillness, you begin to drift into a dreamlike state, one that blurs the lines between reality and fantasy. Your senses grow more acute as if the world itself has slowed its pace. Each breath is an eternity. The stars in the night sky seem close enough to pluck from their celestial bed. Your mind wanders back to the legends of old, stories told around campfires by long-forgotten ancestors, myths that have become woven into the very fabric of your being. The tale of Osiris, resurrected after his brutal murder and subsequent resurrection. Isis's tears turn to stars as she mourns her lost love. As you lie there in a state of suspended animation, memories continue to surface. Images from long-forgotten scrolls flicker like candle flames. The illustrations of mighty beasts that once guarded temples now reduced to mere shadows on your mind. Each new revelation is tempered by an unsettling realization. These stories are not just relics of a distant past, they're part and parcel of who you've become. Within this haze, time dissolves further still, hours merging into years as effortlessly as the Nile's waters merge with its own banks. The world outside recedes to nothingness, leaving only your breath, the creaks of reeds beneath you, and an infinite sky above. Oh, and yet, in this twilight realm where myth and reality blur, something else stirs within. A spark that flickers like embers from a dying fire, a thread connecting past, present, and future. The stories told around campfires, the reverence for stone and dust, the delicate interplay between human endeavor and celestial design. As your eyelids grow heavier still, this spark begins to coalesce into something greater, an understanding that reaches beyond mere memory or mythos. In its depths lies a quiet awareness, one born from countless hours spent amidst ancient stones. This realization seeps through you like honey poured onto bread, spreading warmth and light as the darkness closes in around you. As the realization seeps through you like honey poured onto bread, spreading warmth and light as the darkness closes in around you, your eyelids grow heavy with the weight of a long day's work. The air in the tomb builder's quarters is thick with the scent of fresh bread wafting from the nearby bakery, mingling with the acrid smell of wet stone and the faint hint of incense carried on the breeze. You sink deeper into your pallet, feeling the softness of the linen mattress envelop you like a gentle cloud. The flickering flames of the oil lamps cast shadows on the walls, making it seem as though ancient pharaohs themselves are watching over you in slumber. Outside, the city stirs quietly, the distant wail of a donkey, the hushed murmur of conversation from neighboring homes. Your thoughts begin to wander through the day's events. The endless hauling of granite blocks up steep ramps, the precision required to set each stone into place with nary a gap or misaligned corner. Your fingers, now relaxed and still, recall the feel of cool limestone beneath them as you worked tirelessly in the blazing sun. The memories drift on like wisps of cloud carried by a summer breeze. Your apprentice's giggles at a particularly well-placed block, the stern expression on the overseer's face when he scolded another worker for slacking off. Your mind is a meandering river, flowing effortlessly from one recollection to the next. As you settle deeper into sleep, the sounds of the city grow softer still, until all that remains are the gentle crackles and pops of the oil lamps, their flames casting an almost hypnotic rhythm on the walls. You feel your breathing slow, becoming a steady ebb and flow with the flickering light. The hours pass like autumn leaves drifting lazily to the ground, silent, undisturbed by any sudden gusts or dramatic squalls. In this tranquil atmosphere, your thoughts begin to untangle themselves from the day's exertions and concerns. Your mind is free now, unencumbered by worries over meeting deadlines or appeasing demanding patrons. It meanders through pleasant reveries, memories of lazy afternoons spent lounging in the shade, watching the Nile River flow lazily past, images of freshly baked bread cooling on a rack near the door. You picture yourself strolling along the city's bustling streets, hands clasped behind your back as you take in the vibrant sights and smells. You imagine calling out to familiar vendors, Ahmed, give me one more loaf with an extra sprinkle of dates. The vendor's cheerful response echoes through your mind like a song, comes right up, brother. Time itself has lost all meaning now, past, present, and future blur into a soothing haze. Your thoughts begin to coalesce around a single notion. Tomorrow will bring its own set of tasks and worries, but for tonight, well, you are free. Your chest rises with each slow breath, as if buoyed by the realization that you've earned this respite from the demands of building tombs and pleasing patrons. In this warm glow of contentment, even your body begins to relax, muscles uncoiling like a cat's limbs after a long day's nap. In this peaceful lullaby-like state where worries fade into nothingness, and all that remains is an endless expanse of silence cradling you in its stillness. You rest now, As the warmth of the setting sun seeps into your skin, you feel yourself being gently cradled by the silence around you. The endless expanse stretches out like a soft blanket, enveloping you in its stillness. Your breathing slows, becoming as gentle and even as the rustling of papyrus reeds swaying in the breeze. The air is heavy with the scent of lotus flowers, their delicate fragrance wafting on the wind like a whispered secret. You breathe it in deeply, feeling your body relax further into its slumber. The world outside grows quieter still, as if nature itself is slowing down to match your gentle pace. In this peaceful lullaby-like state, you notice the faintest hum of crickets providing a soothing background melody. It's a sound that ebbs and flows like the Nile River, reminding you of the cycles of life and death in ancient Egypt. You feel tiny droplets of sweat trickle down your forehead as the air cools slightly with nightfall. In this state, memories begin to resurface, fragments of conversations overheard by the tomb builders while they worked on Pharaoh's grand tombs. They would often speak about their lives before serving the royal family, farming in the lush green fields near Thebes, raising families and tending to small gardens filled with tomatoes, cucumbers, and melons. One such story comes back to you, a man named Amos, who lived on the outskirts of town. He spoke fondly about his wife's cooking skills, saying that her dishes were always made with love, tender pieces of meat slow cooked in spices that lingered long after the meal was finished. His words painted vivid images in your mind of steaming bowls and sizzling pans. As you continue to drift off, more whispers from history seep into your consciousness about Amos's children playing in the nearby riverbank, their laughter carrying on the wind as they fished for tilapia with makeshift nets made from papyrus. It was a carefree time before life became entwined with serving Pharaoh. Now, memories of those days blend together like sand flowing through an hourglass, grains merging into each other until you can't quite distinguish where one ends and the next begins. Like that grainy texture between your fingers after working in the sun all day. You recall how often it would take a few moments to wash off the fine dust from your skin, feeling it settle into every crease. You start to become aware of tiny discomforts, an itch on your arm or a slight crick in your back from sleeping awkwardly earlier that night. It's almost imperceptible at first, but grows more noticeable as you settle deeper into sleep. In the tomb builder's world, those minor irritations were part and parcel of their daily lives, just like working through dusty sandstorms without proper ointments or facing heat stroke on scorching days without relief from the sun. They would endure these discomforts for the promise of creating something that would outlast them, a testament to Pharaoh's greatness, an abode where his Ka life force could reside in peace. Their existence revolved around constructing tombs, elaborate structures designed to protect the deceased on their journey into the afterlife. Intricate carvings and frescoes adorn these temples, with vibrant colors blending together like a tapestry of stories waiting to be deciphered by future generations. But what you'd never hear about were the endless hours spent mixing plaster for the walls, hauling massive stone blocks from quarries miles away, or carefully applying layers upon layers of protective varnish. You're still half asleep, your mind meandering between these scattered recollections as if following a winding path through an ancient forest. Shadows dance across your eyelids like wispy branches swaying in the breeze, dark trunks giving way to lighter patches where moonlight filters through gaps above. The air cools further now that night has fully descended upon you, carrying scents from nearby gardens, jasmine's heady perfume mingling with myrrh and galbanum. You breathe it all in slowly, letting go of the world outside as your body relaxes into its resting state. It was said that Amos often took long strolls along the Nile, listening to boatmen singing soft melodies about life on the river, their voices blending harmoniously with the lapping water against the shore. He'd watch fishermen unloading their catches of fish and other aquatic delights onto wooden platforms near market stalls filled with exotic spices. You're drifting now into a realm where past meets present, a place that lies just beyond your fingertips as you feel yourself becoming lighter, more detached from physical sensations. As your thoughts continue to meander through these memories, the sounds around you grow muffled and distant. You sense Amos returning home after one such stroll along the Nile, his footsteps quiet on dusty stone streets lit by flickering torches casting long shadows across buildings. The air was filled with an assortment of scents, some familiar like baking bread wafting from nearby ovens, others more pungent as vendors sold their goods, frankincense and myrrh. In this state of suspended animation between wakefulness and slumber, you're not entirely aware of your body anymore. Your thoughts wander through ancient landscapes without the weight of worries or responsibilities, free to explore forgotten corners where Pharaoh's subjects once lived and breathed. The shadows on your eyelids grow darker now as night deepens outside. But it's not truly dark. There are always whispers, echoes from the past that remain embedded within these old stones. Murmurs of workers building tombs for eternity, scribes recording history in hieroglyphics on temple walls, their hands moving with purpose and devotion. Their work may be long forgotten by future generations, lost amidst shifting sands or hidden beneath crumbling stone facades. Yet as you continue to drift off into the realm of dreams, those memories remain within reach, like grains scattered across a sandy dune that still hold onto whispers from another era, an endless repository waiting for your mind to rediscover. As you succumb further to sleep's gentle grasp, images start dissolving and blurring together. Colors bleed into one another, just as the stone blocks Amos worked with would gradually blend together in a massive wall without visible seams. Their craftsmanship was about creating something that transcended individual lives, structures designed to last for eternity. You feel yourself slipping beneath the surface of wakefulness now, carried by currents that flow from forgotten memories into darker recesses where only silence and shadows reside. In this state, your dreams blend with the whispers of Pharaoh's subjects, as their stories merge into an endless tapestry woven across time. As you drift further into slumber, the whispers of Pharaoh's subjects grow softer still, their stories merging with your own dreams like ripples on a pond. You feel yourself being pulled down into the quiet darkness, where the only sound is the gentle lapping of water against stone. In this place, time loses all meaning. The world above, with its bustling streets and noisy markets, fades away, leaving behind only the soft rustle of papyrus leaves and the faint scent of myrrh wafting on the breeze. You are a child in ancient Egypt once more, playing among the reeds that line the Nile's banks. The sun beats down upon your skin, warming you to the core as you chase after fish swimming lazily in the shallows. Your stomach growls with hunger and your mother calls out from behind the house, her voice carrying on the wind. KH Numet. KH Numet, she says, using the name that means gift of God. You know it's time to stop playing and head back home for a meal. As you walk along the narrow street, the smell of baking bread wafts from the nearby bakery. Your stomach growls louder at the thought of fresh flatbread hot from the oven. The baker, an old man with a kind face, greets you with a nod as you pass by his shop. You continue on to your home, a small house made of mud brick and thatched with papyrus reeds. Inside, your mother is busy preparing lunch in the kitchen area, while your father sits at a low table, quilling wooden tools from cedar wood strips. The air is thick with the smell of roasting meat, and your stomach growls even louder. You take a seat next to your father, watching as he carefully cuts intricate patterns into the wood using a small stone tool. He glances up at you and smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "How was your morning, KH Numet?" he asks, using the name that means gift of God. You shrug, feeling a little silly for playing outside all morning, without even bringing in any water or bread from the market. Your father chuckles and pats you on the shoulder. "It's okay," he says. "We'll get it done later. Now eat." Your mother hands each of you a steaming plate of roasted meat, vegetables, and flatbread. You dig in with gusto, savoring the flavors and textures of the meal. As you eat, your father continues to work on his tools, whistling softly as he cuts out intricate patterns. The afternoon wears on, and the heat becomes almost unbearable outside. Your mother suggests a short nap before heading back out into the sun for more chores. You yawn, feeling the weight of sleep pulling at you like a magnet. As you lie down on your mat, you notice the sounds of the city outside changing. The calls to prayer from the nearby temple grow louder, and the streets begin to fill with people making their way back home after a morning of worship. Your father gets up to join them, leaving you alone in the quiet darkness of the house. Your mother covers your mat with a light blanket, tucking it gently around your shoulders. She leans down close, her breath warm against your ear. "Sleep tight, KH Numet," she whispers, using the name that means gift of God. As her words fade away, you feel yourself sinking deeper into sleep, surrounded by the soft sounds and scents of ancient Egypt. The world outside recedes further still, leaving behind only the gentle lapping of water against stone. In this peaceful place, time stands still. You are one with the Nile's flow, connected to all that has come before you like ripples on a pond. Your dreams blend seamlessly into the stories of Pharaoh's subjects, as their tales merge into an endless tapestry woven across time. As your sleep deepens, you begin to notice the sounds around you shifting once more. The calls to prayer from the temple grow softer still, replaced by the gentle creaking of wooden shutters in the breeze outside. Inside the house, a faint scent wafts through the air. Perhaps it's incense or maybe just last night's cooking smoke lingering on your clothes. Your mother has fallen asleep beside you now, her breathing slow and peaceful as she rests against the wall. The mat beneath you feels soft and warm from the afternoon sun, making you feel cozy and protected in this small house with its own unique scent, a blend of wood smoke, fresh bread, and myrrh. In this quiet place, the world above seems far away. It's just you, your mother, and the sounds that carry on the wind outside. the distant rumble of temple drums beating out a rhythm for some ritual or celebration, the faint chime of copper pots being polished by someone's elbow. The rhythms blend together in a soothing background hum. Your breath slows as you settle deeper into sleep. Your dreams begin to stir once more, this time carrying with them visions of desert landscapes stretching far and wide, vast expanses of sand dunes rippling gently beneath the wind like waves on a great sea. You are standing at the edge of one such dune now, feeling the warm sun beating down upon your skin. Your mother is beside you once more, her hand in yours as she leads you through this endless expanse of golden light and shadow. Your steps carry you further into the dream world. As your footsteps fade away into the stillness of night, you find yourself enveloped by an atmosphere both calm and serene. The air cools slightly as the moon rises higher in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the tranquil landscape. Shadows stretch out like dark sentinels, guarding the secrets of the sleeping world. You walk among these shadows now, your feet padding softly on the cool stone path that winds its way through the temple complex. The scent of frankincense wafts up from the distant incense burners, carrying with it whispers of far-off lands and ancient traditions. Your senses are lulled by this soothing melody as you make your way to a place where music will soon fill the night. The sound of chanting carries on the breeze, growing louder as you approach a courtyard bathed in the silvery light of the moon. Here, gathered around a low stage, is a group of musicians tuning their instruments, lutes, flutes, and harps that seem to shimmer with an ethereal beauty under the starlight. Your eyes are drawn to the intricate carvings adorning the temple walls as you pause at the edge of this gathering. You notice how your own footsteps quieten in reverence for the music about to begin. The players take their seats, hands poised above strings and breaths caught mid-exhalation, awaiting a cue that never comes. Perhaps it's not needed when everyone is attuned so fully to the night itself. Instead of a master conductor's signal, they simply nod at one another, and in harmony with this unspoken understanding begin. The first notes float through the air like wisps of smoke on an invisible breeze, soft, contemplative melodies that carry your attention from the physical world into realms both abstract and timeless. You close your eyes as if by instinct, allowing yourself to drift further onto the tide of sound, letting its gentle rhythm wash over you. As the music deepens, becoming a tapestry rich with interweaving harmonies, it's hard not to be drawn in completely. Every step seems almost involuntary now, guided solely by this enchanting melody. The temple itself seems to vibrate at a subtle frequency that synchronizes your heartbeat and breaths perfectly, creating an uncanny sense of unity between yourself and the music. It's as if time itself has slowed, allowing you more fully to appreciate each fleeting moment, from the soft vibrations beneath the player's fingertips on their instruments to the sweet resonance echoing off stone walls. Your breathing becomes synchronized with these delicate cadences, slow inhales for notes rising high into harmony, gentle exhales that surrender softly along descending scales. As music washes over you, carrying your worries and cares like leaves down a quiet stream, your vision blurs slightly, not from any physical fatigue, but because the boundaries between reality and reverie are growing indistinct. You start to see the temple itself as an instrument of sorts, every stone, every beam absorbing and amplifying these ethereal harmonies, until it seems less a structure than a living entity tuned to resonate with humanity's deepest emotional currents. With each measure that flows like molten gold through this dreamlike landscape, you feel your own boundaries dissolving, no longer just an observer, but an integral part of the symphony itself. Your footsteps have long since ceased. Now it's as if you're floating on air currents of sound that carry you toward a realm both serene and boundless. Music is the language through which you communicate with this timeless essence, conveying emotions, telling stories not with words but through vibrations felt deep within your chest, all worries, cares dissolved into harmonies like wisps dispersed by morning breeze. In this silent understanding between yourself and these ancient melodies, peace settles over everything. An unspoken promise that no matter how complex the world becomes, harmony can be found in its simplest expressions. As night wanes, gradually giving way to a soft dawn breaking beyond temple walls, music's hold begins slowly to loosen. Notes fade into gentle silences punctuated only by distant calls of awakening birds. You open your eyes now, still wrapped within an aura of serenity and peaceful understanding that clings like the fragrance of frankincense. You breathe in deeply, feeling revitalized, as if some unseen force has renewed your energies simply through resonance with this timeless harmony. All doubts and fears dissolved into a symphony whose beauty you can't help but carry deep inside. As you exhale slowly, your breath whispers against the stillness of the night air, carrying with it the faint scent of papyrus and worn stone that clings to every corner of this ancient city. The sounds of the day have long since receded, leaving behind an expectant quiet, as if the very land itself is holding its breath in anticipation of another dawn. In a nearby chamber, soft voices murmur in hushed tones, whispers of wives and children sharing the final moments before sleep, their gentle words carried away on the evening breeze like wisps of cloud on a summer sky. The air inside these walls is thick with the scent of baking bread and fresh linens, the remnants of yesterday's meals lingering long after the main course has been consumed. You settle into your own bed, a simple pallet made from woven reeds, its surface yielding to the gentle pressure of your body like a soft cloud. The warmth of the day still lingers in the stone beneath you, radiating up through the layers of dust and debris that accumulate on every available surface. In this quiet hour, as the city succumbs to slumber, the world outside seems muffled, distant voices and clanging tools softened by the intervening walls. Your thoughts begin to unravel like a thread pulled from its weave, each strand carrying you farther away from the tasks of the day. Measuring out cubits for the next stone course, mixing batches of plaster, or overseeing the placement of intricately carved reliefs. Your mind drifts to memories of yesterevening's conversation with your fellow workers, Ani and Kem, those grizzled veterans who have spent years honing their craft. They spoke in hushed tones about a recent find deep within the tomb, an ancient relic that had lain undisturbed for millennia. A golden ankh on its side, its delicate chain entwined with vines like some hidden serpent. As your eyelids begin to droop, memories of similar discoveries creep into your thoughts. Like the time Kem unearthed an exquisite alabaster vase in a forgotten corner of the tomb, its surface so delicate it seemed almost ethereal against the dull stone surrounding it. Or Ani's tale of finding a cache of papyrus scrolls deep within one of the inner chambers, their yellowed pages curling like leaves from some ancient tree. These reminiscences blend and merge with dreams that have long since begun to seep into your consciousness, vivid visions of temple facades, hieroglyphs dancing across walls, and shafts of sunlight piercing through narrow slits in the stone to illuminate dark recesses. Like a river flowing toward its delta, these disparate threads begin to intertwine, forming an ever-shifting tapestry that only begins to reveal itself as you slip deeper into sleep. Your breathing slows further still, synchronizing with the steady rise and fall of your chest like the ebb and flow of some ancient tidal wave. The shadows within this chamber grow longer and more defined, dark tentacles stretching from the walls toward the sleeping forms huddled beneath their pallets. It is a gentle lapping at the shores of slumber, as if time itself were carefully tending to each heartbeat, coaxing you deeper into repose with every passing moment. And yet, even within this tranquil haze, there remains an undercurrent, a steady pulse that echoes through your very being like some unseen heartbeat. This rhythm is timeless, born from the cumulative weight of countless generations who have dwelled in these walls. Stone masons and scribes, priests and artisans, laborers toiling beneath the burning sun. Each one has left behind their own unique imprint, a shared essence distilled into this quiet hour where past, present, and future blend together like oil on water. As you drift deeper still, your dreams begin to take shape around these echoes. Snatches of songs once sung in praise of pharaohs long since forgotten, images of dusty streets lined with crumbling temples whose grandeur has all but faded into the desert sands. These impressions swirl about one another, currents and eddies that shift as you're carried on their tides toward a dreamless sleep. Your breathing slows to a mere whisper, each inhalation barely perceptible against the stillness of this quiet hour when time itself seems willing to hold its breath alongside yours. And in this fleeting instant, all worries fade forgotten like dust blown away by an unseen breeze as your body succumbs to the promise of tomorrow's new day. The world outside grows darker still, shrouded beneath a cloak of shadow that clings like dampness on a winter's eve. Yet even within these depths, there remains an enduring glow, an unyielding spark born from countless generations who have labored here. Masons and workers, artisans and scribes, laborers whose shared legacy forms the very fabric of this timeless place. As you surrender to slumber, memories continue their gentle ebb and flow around your dreamless repose, each one a small stone carried away by some unseen current into an ever-shifting sea. Like wisps on a breeze that rustles through papyrus fields at dusk, these recollections begin to fade. The image of Ani's face as he spoke about their discovery, Kem's quiet pride in his own handwork, and you yourself lost within the timeless rhythms born from countless generations who have dwelled here. These fading impressions dissolve into an endless expanse of darkness, shadows merging with night itself like drops falling onto a calm surface. Within this boundless void, time loses all meaning. Yesterday blends indistinguishably with tomorrow as your slumber becomes one with the eternal quiet that has cradled countless generations beneath these ancient stones. The world outside recedes into an unending silence where dreams hold sway over waking thoughts, each heartbeat pulsing in harmony with some unseen rhythm born from a legacy stretching far beyond this single life, lost within the timeless expanse of yesterday's labor and tomorrow's promise. As you drift into the realm of slumber, your breathing slows to a gentle rhythm, like the lapping of water against the shore of a peaceful lake. The warmth of the sun-baked stone beneath you seeps into your skin, a soothing balm that eases away the fatigue of another day spent building tombs for pharaohs and nobles. In the stillness of this evening hour, as night's dark veil begins to lift the world from its waking cares, the memories of your labor come flooding back. You recall the dusty air thick with the scent of limestone and cedar, the smell of fresh bread wafting from the nearby ovens, enticing you to take a break from your duties. You remember the taste of the flatbread, soft and warm in your hands as you took bites between tasks, the coarse crumbs sticking to your fingers, which you then wiped clean on the hem of your kilt. The sound of laughter and good-natured teasing from your fellow workers still echoes within your mind. Amenhotep's jests about his rival K.H. Numhotep, whose mortar mixes always seemed a bit adventurous. As the warmth seeps deeper into your bones, you find yourself transported to the banks of the Nile, where you spent countless afternoons watching the boats make their way upstream. The creaking of wooden hulls and the shouts of vendors selling everything from fresh fish to intricately carved furniture fill the air, a cacophony that seemed so chaotic during the day, but now brings a sense of peace in this twilight hour. Your thoughts begin to wander, tracing the path you took through life, marked by milestones as significant as they are mundane. The smell of wet stone and damp earth rises from your memories like a whispered secret. The countless hours spent preparing tomb walls for painting, carefully applying layers of fine limestone dust to create an even surface, your hands working tirelessly alongside those of others. In this half-remembered world of twilight reverie, you find yourself walking through a field of ripe wheat swaying gently in the breeze. The soft rustle of leaves and stems beneath your feet stirs memories of afternoons spent harvesting grain with your family. Your mother's hands guiding yours as you learn to bend low and tie bunches together, the straw-stuffed baskets slung over your shoulders, their contents spilling out whenever the load got too heavy. As night deepens its hold on the world outside, you begin to feel a certain comfort in this quiet hour of reflection. Your eyelids grow heavier, weighed down by the gentle rhythm of your own breathing and the soft ticking of the stone's heart, like that of some ancient clock marking time in measured beats. Your thoughts turn to the tomb builders who came before you, Ani, Rickmeyer, and Thutmose III. Their hands laid the foundations for this grand structure. Their sweat mingled with yours as they too built monuments to pharaohs long past, forever entombed within these walls of stone. Their stories come alive in your mind like wisps of smoke carried on a breeze, whispers about festivals held beneath the stars, where offerings were made to appease the gods and ensure safe passage into eternity. The distant rumble of drums still echoes through time, accompanied by rustling papyrus scrolls inscribed with prayers for protection against harm, all these reverberating across centuries like ripples on a pond. Memories blur together, afternoons spent studying hieroglyphs etched onto stone walls, late nights huddled around the fire as stories of mythic creatures and forgotten deities were shared among those gathered round. Those days seemed so full, yet here you stand, or rather lie down, in this quiet hour when memories become almost palpable. You begin to feel a deep connection to these people who came before, their labor entwined with yours like the threads of an intricate tapestry. As night envelops the world outside and all around, your breathing synchronizes with that same timeless heartbeat mentioned earlier, pulsing steadily on, as constant and unchanging as the stone itself. Your thoughts grow distant once more, carried away by wisps of smoke into a realm beyond words or reason, the scent of resin wafting through ancient halls where rituals were performed, whispers echoing across desert sands about pharaohs whose lives were forever entwined with your own, in this endless dance between past and present. The night air cools, carrying an essence both wild and free, reminiscent of those desert nights spent under stars. A hooting owl in the distance echoes through time like some primordial signal, a call into the void, searching for something lost within the labyrinthine corridors of history, a fleeting reminder that even as you rest, there's always more to explore. Time itself appears to slow its relentless march, allowing your thoughts and memories to drift effortlessly on the tide of this peaceful hour. In this liminal space between waking and sleeping, where shadows stretch out across stone like fingers grasping for something just beyond reach, your breathing becomes a synchronized dance with that of all those who came before, each heartbeat in harmony, with some unseen rhythm born from a legacy stretching far beyond your life. And so the ancient world rests beneath the stars. As do you. Let the silence carry you now. Sleep well.